teacher, Mrs. Stephen. Thank you very much. You are welcome. You may be seated. We also have Nigerian Navy School, Ogbomoso Navy School. Thank you very much for coming. We appreciate you too. And the teachers, Mr. Ogumodede VU. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate you. You may be seated. We also have Nuruddin Grammar School, Ogbomoso. Thank you very much for coming. We appreciate you too. Thank you very much. Shall we all rise as Vice Chancellor, Mr. Ogumodede VU? Thank you very much, sir. You're welcome, sir. Then we also have Nuruddin Grammar School, Ogbomoso. Thank you very much for coming. We appreciate you too. Thank you very much. Shall we all rise as Vice Chancellor, Mr. Ogumodede VU? Thank you very much, sir. You're welcome, sir. Then we also have Nuruddin Grammar School, Ogbomoso. Thank you very much for coming. As we are still standing, can we have first the national anthem? Oyo State anthem. Lautech anthem.
Lautech anthem.
Praise God for the
you very much. Shall we be seated, please? Once again, I want to welcome us to this conference, the 5th International Conference of Nanotechnology. And I want to tell us that as we are having this program here, we are beaming it online, and we have important dignitaries all over the globe that are with us online. So as we move on, we are going to be recognizing some of them. Now, let me start the introduction of the people that are going to sit on the high table here, with the Vice Chancellor and the University Librarian already seated. I want to introduce to us the Acting Vice Chancellor of our great university, who is going to chair this occasion. He is no other person than Professor M.O. Lihasu. You are welcome, sir. A round of applause for him. With the Acting Vice Chancellor on the high table, I have the University Librarian, Dr. Mrs. Modupe Aduke Aboyade. You are welcome. To join the Acting Vice Chancellor and University Librarian on the high table, I have a singular honor to call on the Dean, Faculty of Pure and Applied Sciences, Professor A.T.J. Okunkole, to join the high table. You are welcome, sir. Also to join the high table is the head of Nanotechnology Group, Lautech, Professor Agbaje Lateef. You are welcome, sir. Also, the representative of our senator representing Oyo North Senatorial District, that is Senator Abdul Fatai Buhari, and he's being represented here by Alhaji Bello Noah. You are also to join the high table, sir. You are welcome, sir. And the last person I'm going to call is our resource person, and who is going to do justice to what nanotechnology entails. And there is no other person than Professor E.O. Dari to join the high table. You are welcome, sir. Professor Dari is a professor of nanotechnology from the Department of Chemistry, FUNAB, Abeokuta. You are welcome, sir, once again. The Acting Vice Chancellor, other important guests on the high table. I want to tell us, as I've earlier said, that we have some people that are online with us, and here I have the Honorable Minister of Science and Technology and Innovation, Dr. Engineer Ogbonaya Onu, is online with us. Is represented by Mr. Ifom E.J. Bassi. Mr. Bassi is the Director of Chemical Technology, Federal Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation. We also have Dr. Alilu A. Shaba, the Director General of National Space Research and Development Agency, NASRIDA, Abuja, is also online with us. We are going to be doing the introduction in phases. So you are going to pardon me for that because we have many names here, but we are going to do it in phases. Now, to start the program, I want to call on the head of Nano team, Lautech here, Professor Agbaje Lateef, to address the gathering. You are welcome, sir.
The Honorable Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Engineer Dr. Bonaya Onu, who is ably represented by the Director of Chemical Technology and the Chairman of National Steering Committee on Nanotechnology Policy and Development in Nigeria. The eminent politician, our distinguished Senator Abu Fattah Buhari, who is represented here by Alhaji Bello Noah. My father and my teacher, the acting Vice Chancellor of the university, Professor M.O. Liasu, principal officers of this great university, the Dean of Faculty of Pure and Applied Sciences, Professor H.J. Ogunkunle, and other deans here present. Our guest speaker, Professor Enoch Olubenga Dare, a professor of nanotechnology. All distinguished professors here present, our participants, our tomorrow, the young generations, our students from different secondary schools that have been invited to this occasion, gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is with great joy that I welcome you to the 5th International Conference on Nanotechnology, christened Lautech Nano 2021, on behalf of Lautech Nanotechnology Research Group. Permit me to briefly enumerate some of the achievements of this research group since its formation in 2014. This is the 5th International Workshops and Conference on Nanotechnology to be organized by us since 2017. Members of this group have mentored students and academics from more than 20 different institutions in this country. We have also deepened nanotechnology discourse through release of news and interviews, more than 35 of that. And we also have a robust website through which we propagate our activities to the public. Members of Lautech Nanotechnology Research Group remain one of the most prolific research groups in this country, and our members have contributed more than 125 research articles in international journals since 2015. In actual fact, in one of the treatises carried out on the scientometrics analysis of Nigeria's contribution to nanotechnology, 5 of us among the top 12 nanotechnology researchers in this country. I rank number 2 after Professor Ezema of University of Nigeria in Nsukka. in terms of articles published in Scopus Index journals between 2010 and 2020. Members have also developed series of nano-based products that include nano paints, nano textile, nano pesticides, nano biocides, nano fertilizer, nano adsorbents, nano filters, and dye-sensitized solar cells, among others. We have also established the first journal on nanotechnology in the sub-Saharan Africa, and that is Nano Plus, Science and Technology of Nanomaterials, which 3 volumes of the journal have been published, both online and in print. Mr. Vice Chancellor will unveil the printed version of the journal at this event. The Lautech Nano 2021 conference with the theme Nanotechnology in Africa, Changing the Narrative for the Benefits of Mankind, seeks to provide a platform for African nations to explore nanotechnology, to engender the much desired growth and development. In this regard, some of the active players in the area of nanotechnology on the continent have been invited to deliver papers here. Additionally, more than 60 papers will be presented at technical sessions today and tomorrow in diverse areas of science, engineering, agriculture, and biomedicine, with participants coming from more than 45 institutions and agencies in this country. With the humongous worth of more than $3 trillion in its contribution to the world economy and the cosmopolitan application of nanotechnology in all fields of human endeavor, this technology can be deployed by developing nations, including Nigeria, to solve myriads of problems confronting the nation, such as insecurity, food security and safety, environmental degradation, water, energy, and the health crisis. It's also a vital tool to leverage on to achieve the sustainable development goals of the United Nations. In these senses, Africa and indeed our country, Nigeria, must not be left out to reap from the bounties that nanotechnology offers. Therefore, the time to act is now. And this platform offers opportunity for us to discuss issues of nanotechnology through policy drive and also to mobilize action, particularly by the Federal Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation, to establish an agency that promotes and regulates exploitation of nanotechnology for national growth and development. The research group appreciates the immense support that it has received from the successive management of this university under the leadership of Professor A.S. Badigbeshi, Professor M.O. Ologunde, and now Professor M.O. Liasu for the activities, our activities on nanotechnology. And we look forward to a time when a befitting Center of Excellence in Nanotechnology will be established in this university. Equally, we are grateful to the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation under the able leadership of Dr. Ogbonnaya Onu for the recognition that has been accorded to us. The participation of the group through an invitation extended to it at the 19th meeting of the National Council of Science, Technology and Innovation held in September 2021 is a further step in the enduring partnership between our research group and this university at the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation. In actual fact, the ministry sent the desk officer in charge of nanotechnology to this conference, and he's physically here, Mr. Hussaini Adedayo. Thank you. To our numerous senior colleagues, mentors, collaborators, distinguished scholars, policymakers, those that have been sponsoring our events, our students, our friends, our various participants at our various programs, gentlemen of the press, members of our families, and the Lautech community in particular, which have been hosting conferences on nanotechnology for the past 5 years. We are indeed grateful for your kindness and support for our activities at all times. Once again, I welcome you on behalf of the research group to Lautech Nano 2021 and wish us a fruitful deliberations and rewarding experience of the conference. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you very much, sir, for that beautiful speech. The acting vice chancellor, sir, other important guest on the high table. As I earlier said, that we are going to be doing the introduction in phases. Now, I have some of our deans of faculties in our midst. But before I introduce the dean, the secretary of council, Lautech, who is also the registrar of this great university, just walked in, is Dr. Kaudi Ogunleye. You are welcome. Welcome, sir. We also have the bursar of the university, is Mr. Abayomi Okediji. He's also here present. You are welcome, sir. We have the dean, faculty of Agri, Professor A.A. Akingbade. He's also here present. You are welcome, sir. We have the dean, faculty of Basic Medical Science, Professor Wale Adetutu. You are welcome, sir. We have the dean, faculty of Engineering, Professor Simeon Jekainfa. Is also here present. Let me also introduce to us the Director of Medical Services, Lautech, Dr. Naomi, is also here. You are welcome, sir. And as the head of Nano team rightly said, we have a representative from the Federal Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation, Abuja, Mr. Oseni Adedayo, is also here present. You are welcome, sir. Now, I was recognized, the other time I was recognizing our secondary school students who are here. I learned some of the schools they've joined us. Now let me recognize Oyo of Science, Ogbomoso. They are also here. Can you please stand up for recognition? Thank you very much. You are welcome. And they are being led here by Mr. Akambi John. You are welcome, sir. And Mr. Aziz. Thank you very much. Also, we have Pine Valley High School. Pine Valley High School. Are they here? Thank you very much. You are welcome. And the teacher that with them is Mr. Aguda Okweyemi. Thank you very much. You are welcome. You can be seated. Then we also have the acting dean, Faculty of Management Sciences, Professor Owale. Yeah. Thank you very much, sir. You are welcome, sir. Let me now call on the Dean of Faculty of Pure and Applied Sciences, Professor A.T.J. Ogunwale, for his speech. You are welcome, sir.
The Honorable Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation, distinguished Senator of the Federal Republic, Senator Abdul Fattah Buhari, the Acting Vice Chancellor, sir, other principal officers here present, colleague deans of faculties, the guest lecturer, Professor Dari, all the participants here present, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Faculty of Pure and Applied Sciences, Lautech, Ogbomoso, I want to wholeheartedly welcome you to this auspicious and very important occasion. I also want to offer fraternal greetings to the Nanotechnology Research Group of this university on this occasion of the 5th International Conference on Nanotechnology. It is an honor of great dimension for me to be associated with the achievements and aspirations of your group since its inception. I take special interest in this year's nanotechnology program as it is the first in my tenure as the Dean of Faculty of Pure and Applied Sciences. And the program started yesterday, 26th October 2021, which coincided with my birthday. I now know, I'm very sure that people will now know why I'm appearing the way. So it's a spillover of celebrations of yesterday. While I was coming in, somebody accosted me, why are you appearing like this? I said, we are here for nanotechnology in Africa. So everything that we do since yesterday, today, and even to the end of this week has to have some spices about Africa. So I think I now have very few questions to answer after, after my speech. Now, because of what I just said now, I share a chunk of congratulatory messages being offered by everyone on this occasion. I also congratulate the Faculty of Pure and Applied Sciences in Lautech, as well as Lautech community for being counted worthy to host men and women intellectuals from all walks of life. While the university administration has been magnanimous in providing the enabling environment for Lautech Nano Plus to flourish, the faculty has and shall continue to play the fatherly role for the worthy child. On this note, it may interest my listeners to note that Volume 23, Issue 2 of Science Focus, the official journal of the faculty, was dedicated to publish the papers presented at the 2nd edition of Nanotechnology Conference of this group. For this feat, I give kudos to my predecessor, the former dean of the faculty, Professor A.T. Oladipo. This year's Nano Plus conference with the theme Nanotechnology in Africa, changing the narratives for the benefits of mankind, is both historic and timely. Being on the same page with our current national policies, which emphasize environmental management for sustainable development and national integration. All over the world, nanotechnology is not only an emerging field of research, it is also an important tool in many other fields such as agriculture, life, physical, and environmental sciences, and even in engineering and medicine. It is gratifying to note that an array of achievements can be credited to your group within only a few years of existence. I am exceedingly glad that even before I got elected as the dean of this great faculty, I had been part of your success story. The rich academic and technical profiles of the members of the group and the network of competent partners within and outside Nigeria have made me to come to the conclusion that the future of nanoscience in Nigeria is bright. And as a result, our sustainable development is guaranteed. I therefore wish to appreciate the efforts of the head as well as the members of your highly esteemed group and the organizing committee of this unique and solemn occasion. I thank you all for your patience and I wish you happy, fruitful deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for that speech. Acting Vice Chancellor, other guests on the right table, and we also recognize the naval officer that came or that is with the students of Navy School, Lieutenant Amadou. Lieutenant Amadou, where are you? You are welcome. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Sorry for missing your name the other time. Now, let me quickly recognize the members of the Nano Research Group, Lautech, and the head of the team is Professor Agbaje Latif, the secretary of the team, Dr. Iyabo Christiana Oladipo. You are welcome. Professor Taufik Akangbe-Yekin, financial secretary of the group. We have Dr. Teslim Babatunde Ashafa, is the technical editor of the team. Professor Musbau Adewi Aziz is the chairman, local organizing committee. We have Professor Modi Olayinka Duro, is also a member. Professor Yekin A. Sanusi is also a member. Thank you very much, sir. Dr. Jelili Badmos is also a member of the group. Dr. Elijah A. Adebayo is also a member. You are welcome, sir. Dr. Mojoyin Ola Koforola Awodele, also a member. Thank you very much, ma. And the last person is Dr. Oluwaseun Adedokun, is also a member. I want to call on the acting vice chancellor of this great university to welcome all of us to this occasion and the unveiling of Nano Plus Science and Technology of Nano Materials. And I have the honor to call on the acting vice chancellor of this great university. You are welcome.
It is my pleasure to welcome all and sundry to Lautech Nano Workshops to Conference, the fifth of its kind from the stable of the Nanotechnology Research Group of our great university. The fourth edition of Lautech Nano Workshop Conference was held last year at the middle of the COVID-19 pandemic, with huge success, an indication of resilience on the part of our scholars and their determination to promote research and development. It is also crystal clear that Lautech Nanotechnology Research Group is fully prepared to be transformed to a hub of knowledge at the cutting edge to be explored by scientists within and beyond the shores of our country. With the theme of this year's nanotechnology in Africa, changing the narratives for the benefits of mankind, there is no doubt that the stage is set for another top-notch event on the life of our university, and I therefore advise the members of the research group not to relent in their efforts to take the university to greater heights. The multidisciplinary nature of nanotechnology has turned it to a bride to be adorned by scientists that cut across various fields, from material sciences to physical sciences, engineering to environmental sciences, life sciences, through biomedical sciences in medicine and agricultural sciences. It is a body of knowledge that has afforded scientists the capacity to create molecules at a nanoscale, that is 1 to 100 nanometers. Manipulate and engineer the molecules and create for manifestation of innovative potential that can be directed towards delivery of goods and services. The novelty of nanoparticles, which are primary product of nanotechnology, resides basically in two important phenomena. One, primary product of nanotechnology resides basically in two important phenomena. One, acquisition of large surface area, which make them more chemically reactive, thus changing their strengths and electrical conductivity. Two, acquisition of quantum effects that promote their optical, electrical, and magnetic properties, resulting in exceptional electrical conduct or resistance. Capacity storing and transferring of heat and modified biological properties. I am exceedingly happy about the progress and the feats achieved so far by the Nanotechnology Research Group of Lautech, and I strongly believe that the group will not rest on its oars till it metamorphoses into formidable research team that will pioneer research and products development to take our country out of the woods. Since its formation in September 2014, the research group has produced more than 125 published articles in peer-reviewed journals with products development. The activities of the group have greatly impacted researchers in more than 20 institutions in Nigeria with training of nanotechnologists at undergraduates and postgraduate levels. Furthermore, Nano Plus has succeeded in the development of curriculum in nanotechnology and also established the first journal of nanotechnology, Nano Plus Science and Technology of Nanomaterials in Sub-Saharan Africa. Just few months ago, some members of the research group analyzed Nigeria's contribution in nanotechnology using primary data from Scopus 2010 to 2020, with 5 of its members among the top nanotechnology scholars in Nigeria, and Lautech ranked as the 3rd most productive university in nanotechnology research in the country. All these are pointers to changing narratives in the landscape of nanotechnology with its strong footing in Lautech. Perhaps this might be some of the reasons that informed the theme of this year's workshop conference, that is nanotechnology in Africa, changing the narratives for the benefits of mankind. Ladies and gentlemen, it is obvious that our country is going through turbulent times with the associated problems of security challenge, power shortage, poverty, food insecurity, diseases, and environmental degradation. Now, technology has a greater role to play in overcoming these challenges, and with right policy formation, proper funding, power, and political commitment, all these are surmountable. I therefore use this opportunity to appreciate the Honorable Minister of Science, Technology, and Innovation, Dr. Engineer Obunaya Onu, and the agencies under his ministry, especially NABDA and NASTRIDA, for standing with the Nanotechnology Research Group of Lautech, and more importantly, for the invitation extended to the head of the research group to make a presentation at the 19th meeting of the National Council of Science and Technology and Innovation Technical Session of the Council. We hope that the interactions at that meeting will further strengthen the research group to deliver on its mission and vision statements with the unprecedented technology and product development in the nearest future. We particularly hope that the Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation, that is the driver of nanotechnology pursuits in this country, will accord Lautech a center of excellence in nanotechnology, research, and development, with the nanotechnology infrastructure in view of our enormous contributions to nanotechnology pursuits in Nigeria. At this juncture, I want to praise the courage of the Nano Plus team in their resolve to promote science and technology and the image of the university at all times, despite their meager resources. I strongly believe that with this level of commitment, there is hope for advancement of science and technology in Nigeria and African continents with quality dissemination of knowledge has been witnessed in the activities of the group. I therefore assure the group that the university on its part will continue to upgrade its resources in terms of infrastructure and equipment for enabling environments to prompt cutting-edge and translational research for common good of all. I therefore congratulate Nanotechnology Research Group as the organizer of this great event and the participants from various walks of life and challenge them through their deliberations to provide pathways out of cocoon of underdevelopment for the greatness of our country and service to humanity. Thank you and God bless. I want to present as a testimony to all that we have been talking about, 3 publications, 3 volumes of the publications of Nano Plus, Science and Technology of Nanomaterials. Here is volume 1. And this is volume 2. And volume 3. Nano Plus, Science and Technology of Nanomaterials. Thank you very much.
I want to believe we can do better than that for the acting vice chancellor. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. The acting vice chancellor, other important dignitaries here present here, and our people online, the honorable minister and his representative. Now we are moving on to the goodwill messages. But before then, I was told that the students of Lautech Staff School, they are also here. Lautech Staff School, stand up for recognition. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You are welcome, sirs. And I want to call on the representative of DG Nasrida, the DG, Dr. Alilu A. Shaba, is represented by Dr. Ayantunji, who is the Director of Physical and Life Science, Nasrida, who is going to take the goodwill message. I learned it's going to be online, so let's listen.
Thank you very much. Let me start by saying personally, it's my pleasure to be part of this conference and to associate with this group. First, because Lautech is my institution and Faculty of Pure and Applied Science is my faculty. So I want to say on a personal note that is associating with something at home. Having said that, that is me talking. The The next voice you are going to hear is Director General of National Space Research and Development Agency, Dr. Halilu Ahmad Shaba. And here is his speech. It's my pleasure to be part of this conference. And also National Space Research and Development Agency is proud to be associated with the Nano Technology Research Group of Lautech Akintola University of Technology, Ogbomoso. The theme for this year's conference is apt. If we must move Africa as a continent forward, and by extension Nigeria, we must always look inward. And that's why it is very important as this group is looking at the place of nanotechnology as far as Africa is concerned. NASA as an agency is open to collaboration with your group. And in this regard, I want to urge the management of the university to expedite action on the signing of the draft MOU that is between our two organizations so that we can work together. NASA is the foremost agency institute in Nigeria when it comes to high tech. And our Department of Physical and Life Sciences has a lot to do with this group. So I want them to work together so that we can jointly move the nation forward. The agency is also interested in building nano satellites, which we've been working on, and we'll be interested in working with the group in this regard. To this end, the agency is extending an open arm of fellowship to the group. The agency would like to host the next conference of this group at its facility at Obasanjo Space Center in Abuja. If the group accept that, we look forward to collaborating with the group in achieving this. We believe bringing the conference to Abuja will make more people, especially policymakers in government, to participate in the conference. Once more, I wish you all a fruitful deliberation at this conference, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you. That's from Dr. Halilu Ahmad Shaba, the Director General, National Space Research and Development Agency. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. We appreciate you for that. Now we are still moving on. The acting vice chancellor, sir, other important dignitaries, both here present and online. Now I want to, with your permission, sir, call on the representative of the Honorable Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation, Dr. Engineer Ogbonaya Onu, Mr. Ifem E.J. Bassi, who is going to formally declare the conference open. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, host, and I hope you can hear me clearly. The acting vice chancellor, distinguished senator representing Oyo North in the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Dr. Abdul Fattah Buhari, represented, the keynote speaker, principal officers of this great university, Lautech Akintola University of Technology, Ogbomoso, the indefatigable head and members of Lautech Nano Technology Research Group, our invited guests and lecturers, and all attendees from more than 45 higher institutions and agencies from the 6 geopolitical zones of the Federation and beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the media and press globally. I'm M.E.J. Bassi, the Director of Chemical Technology Department, Federal Ministry of Science and Technology and Innovation, representing the Honorable Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation, Dr. Ogbonaya Onu, during this occasion of the 5th edition of the International Workshop and Conference on Nanotechnology organized by your great institution. The expressions of the Honorable Minister follows thus. It is with great delight that I am participating as special guest of honor again in this 5th edition of International Workshop and Conference on Nanotechnology organized by the Lautech Nanotechnology Research Group, otherwise known as Nano Plus. I'm aware of your research activities and exploits, and most especially your effort at promoting the image of our dear country in the area of nanotechnology. Without any doubt, Nano Plus is our pride, not only to Lautech, but to Nigeria as a nation. Mr. Vice Chancellor just summarized the impact of this group, which includes enhancing the ranking of Lautech through publications of about 130 research articles in national and international journals and organizations of top-notch academic conferences that attracted scholars and policymakers to Lautech. Last year, I launched the flagship journal of the group, Nano Plus, Science and Technology of Nanomaterials, the first of its kind in sub-Saharan Africa. We look forward to seeing this journal assume its rightful position across the globe, as the other volumes have today been unveiled, the 2nd and 3rd editions. As a ministry, our utmost contribution to the growth of nanotechnology in Nigeria is to evolve a policy direction, which we are currently working on. And this is in direct quest of the recent focus of the ministry with its renaming to encompass innovation appellate. Nanotechnology is the innovative way of manipulating materials with different applications that can enhance areas of job creation and drive the nation towards knowledge-based economy. In addition, we see the establishment of a center of excellence in nanoscience and nanotechnology as requested by Mr. Vice Chancellor. We also reiterate that the promise made by the ministry last year to support is still very active. We know that improving research funding in these areas will enhance our standing as a nation. I'm convinced that with nanotechnology, we can improve crop yields and enhance their post-harvest lifespans, provide clean water and reduce pollution. We will also increase food safety and security and minimize environmental degradation while enhancing healthcare. With my picture. These are important areas of focus going forward in the post-COVID era. I am particularly excited that Lautech Nano Plus is poised to take up these challenges. And as you may be aware, our national policy on science, technology, and innovation encourages building institutional capacity and capabilities in new and emerging technologies, as well as collaborative research and development activities among the industry, academia, and research institutions. Consequently, the Federal Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation has identified nanotechnology as a viable STI tool in the roadmap of technologies which the country must enhance if it is to be reckoned with within the 20% of technologically advanced countries in the world, as envisioned in the National Science, Technology, and Innovation Roadmap 2030. The dependence of our country on mono-commodity-based economy must indeed change to a diversified and knowledge-based economy driven by science, technology, and innovation. My ministry, therefore, has developed, in collaboration with stakeholders, a draft national nanotechnology policy document that will guide the application of nanotechnology in the country. The Federal Executive Council process of nanotechnology policy document is currently ongoing, and we await soonest the approval of FEC. I hereby congratulate Lautech Nanotechnology Research Group for her steadfastness and passion to take up the undoubted challenge of charting the course of nanotechnology R&D in our dear country. I encourage you not to waver in your quest, as the theme of this year's conference, Nanotechnology in Africa, Changing the Narratives for the Benefits of Mankind. Your group is already changing this narrative. And I'm aware of your milestones to X-ray the contributions of of Nigeria in nanotechnology R&D in a decade, 2010 Zoom to 2020, which can serve as a reference point and path to follow to develop nanotechnology. Before I conclude, the minister had also asked that a joint team of participants from the federal ministry ensure to be in attendance at this meeting, whether physically and through the media as it is today. I also have attending this meeting, apart from the desk officer, Mr. Dayo Oseni, who is there, right there physically, Assistant Director, Mrs. Stella Iguilo, who is also participating on behalf of this ministry, the technical scientist, Mr. Kingsley Iloka. We also have participating a principal scientist, Mrs. Salamatu Shehu, amongst others, to underscore the import of Federal Ministry of Science and Tech and Innovation's collaboration in this partnership. Finally, I would like to once again congratulate this great university for providing excellent academic environs to allow a group like Nano Plus to flourish. We're expecting lots of harvests from this. While I assure this conference the support of my ministry, it is now my singular privilege on behalf of the Mr. President and the good people of this country to declare this wonderful global conference open this day. I thank you for listening, and I wish the participants fruitful discussions through this conference. Thank you again, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you again.
Thank you very much, sir. The representative of the Honorable Minister for that wonderful speech and declaring open this conference. We really appreciate you all the way from
Thank you very much.
Abuja.
Have a wonderful conference.
The Acting Vice Chancellor, sir, other important guests here present, and those online. Now, before I call on the next person to do the introduction of our guest speaker, permit me to recognize the presence of the representative of LoopCom, the representative of the DG LoopCom here, Mr. Tyre Williams. Here he's been represented here by Prince Adeshina Adewumi. You are welcome, sir. Thank you very much. And also Mrs. Oyenuga Adebimpe. You are also welcome, ma. Thank you very much, ma. Now I'm going to call on Professor M.O. Durowoju to properly introduce our guest speaker to us. Professor Durowoju.
Professor Dari, please stand while I read your citation. Professor Enoch Olugbenga Oladeku Dari is the first to profess nanotechnology in Nigeria. He is a seasoned chemist, distinguished scholar, and researcher of high repute. He holds a PhD in chemistry of the University of Ilorin, Nigeria, an advanced research diploma in chemical engineering of Tokyo Institute of Technology, Japan, and a postdoctoral training at Princeton University, New Jersey, United States of America. Professor Dare is widely traveled to all continents of the world through international cooperation, having visited more than 30 different countries. He's a UNESCO and Mombusho Fellow, Japan, Fulbright and Usami Fellow, Princeton University, United States of America, Taiwanese National Science Foundation Fellow, Taiwan, a regular associate of ICTP, Trieste, Italy. To crown it all, he recently got the world's most prestigious Alexandra von Humboldt Fellowship, which accorded him a fellow of SCIAS, Würzburg University, Germany. Professor Dare is a kingpin in nanotechnology research in Africa. He remains a major player in the Nigerian nanotechnology initiatives of 2006 that brought nanotechnology into limelight in Nigeria. He has made excellent research output in hybrid nanocomposites based on POSS, nanoporous membrane technology, transdermal drug delivery, nanobimetallic, for sensors and catalysis, green nanotechnology, and nanobiotechnology. His most current research lies on nano-enabled materials for anti-counterfeiting, fingerprinting for criminality detection, the concept for which he is exporting to Germany presently. He is Innovation and Invention awardee of NASENI. The Governing Council of the Federal University of Agriculture, Abeokuta, commended him for breaking new grounds in chemistry in the year 2014. He is the author and co-author of over 100 scientific publications and has given more than 40 invited lectures, plenary, and keynotes at various conferences worldwide. He has produced 20 PhDs, some of which has gained tenure at prestigious institutions nationally and internationally. Administratively, he was former acting director of academic planning, Federal University, Lafayette, as well as former head of Department of Chemistry. I have the pleasure of inviting Professor Enoch Olubenga Oladepo Dare to present his keynote address.
Thank you very much, sir. Projection, please. The Honorable Minister for Science and Technology, the Vice Chancellor of this great university, the hosts and the chief hosts, directors and deans of faculties that are here present, the young side groups, our dear students that are here present, the member of the academia, distinguished professors and the researchers that are here, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure to be here again, and this is marking the third time I'll be presenting at Lautech Agricultural University. Notably, I give recognition to my first coming year in the conference, Humboldt Conference organized by Professor Yekanyefa, and the maiden conference of the Nano Group, led by Professor Latif Agbaje. Yes, the theme of this conference is nanotechnology in Africa, changing the narratives to the benefit of mankind. I'm approaching it from this perspective to support that theme. Why I look at the narrative of transformation into a circular economy via sustainable nanotechnology. Nigeria is rich, you all know that. We are highly biodiversified. We have all kinds of biodiversity, but the truth is, as much as we have that, it has to be conserved maximally, because this biodiversity effort lead us to what? There are things that we use for our food, our health, and so on and so forth. Therefore, it has to be used sensibly. What comes out of biodiversity, they have waste. And that's why the next thing is that we can think that is abundant is waste. I'm talking about three things now: waste, biodiversity, and the technology to advance it toward wealth. Waste, we have waste abundantly. As a matter of fact, the waste has littered the ground, has caused environmental hazard. You can see that our environment is polluted, especially looking at Lagos. Lagos is one of the dirtiest cities in the world. And if you look at the oil company too, they have caused a lot of environmental hazard here and there, causing soil impotent, economic effect. We must say no to it. And to say no to it, we must keep our environment safe, clean, and healthy by changing the narratives. What have we done with our waste technologically? And that is the circular economy we are talking about, scientifically. Let's look at Singapore as a case study. Singapore is a small city. Nigeria is a large country, hosting about 250 ethnic groups and about 180 million people. Both of us, Nigeria and Singapore, received independence as early as 1960 and share the same homologous economic statistic. But today, Singapore has outperformed Nigeria in all respects. If you look at the period of 1960 to 1990, formative rules in both country economic development narratives is a thing to mention. Within the past 30 years, Singapore has been transformed from a third to first world economy. While Nigeria, we are still struggling. Look at what is happening today in Singapore as a case study. So many nanotechnology companies have been integrated into their economy, into their what? Economy and technological advancement. We now have Nano Globe, Nano Yo, Omnio, and so on and so forth. But the issue is the manufacturing industry in Singapore also experienced massive growth over the same period, increasing output from what? $73 billion in 1990 to 372 billion in 2010. It continues, please. The number of companies dealing with nanomaterial has tripled within the past years in Singapore. And now, within National University of Singapore alone, there are estimated 750 persons involved in nanomaterial research. The NTU nanocluster is about 90 faculty members who conduct research on nanomaterial. And let's look at this. Singapore has also formed a national working group on nanotechnology to monitor the standardization of nanotechnology. If we look at the per capita income of Nigeria, when we compare to Singapore, they have gone far and far. Yet, we started together at the same level. What have they done? Look at the year 2009, we were by far better. And we look at the 2018, it is disgusting. Look at the transformation in 1990. It goes to what? 1990, what happened as of today? See the development? I see development. So the swampy lamp has now become a fix of infrastructural development. What have they done? We need to learn a lesson. Yes, the lesson is this. They have been able to work with waste. Singapore is a zero waste nation. Most of those things that came out of the bioresources and have now constituted waste in the environment have been transformed to advanced technological development, as you can see it. And this warrants unified through green chemistry, and it motivates through what? Innovation and waste reductions. We have to know that. We have to know that recycling 1 ton of paper saves about 73. Yes. If you're able to recycle glass bottles and the PTA that are available, we can do a lot of game in our technological development as well. Second point we have to note today is this: the global competitiveness will be more and more defined by the innovative capacity of a country, as talent will increasingly become more important than capital. What is more important is that the world is shifting from capitalism to talentism. So if you have the talent, you are creative, then your strength is being underpinned by the knowledge-based economy. It's that knowledge-based economy that works in the fourth industrial revolution. The fourth revolution is already underway and it's available now. How do we approach it? Yes. Can we learn this lesson? I'm not trying to, we are trying to be realistic to ourselves, my dear scientists that are here. This is a lesson. Lagos breaks Singapore's record. Put Nigeria on what record? Why? We were able to make about 60,000 cakes that we can hit. We broke the world record. Does it sound well? We broke the world record because of what? 60,000 of what? Cake. Oh, that is not correct. But what do we not do? Sustainable technology and made viable circular economy is the way out. And what we need to do is to reduce waste as much as possible via reuse, recycle, repair, using sustainable nanotechnology. And that's what Singapore used, and that's what they are using presently to develop their economy. What is that sustainable nanotechnology? There are three things for you to understand it very clearly. Firstly, manipulate your thing within 1 to 100 nanometer. 1, 2, sensible use of natural resources, bioresources, sensible. You don't use it as much because they are your health, they are your wealth. That's the second one. The third one is maximize what comes out of those as waste. Then you are able to do sustainability, sustainable nanotechnology. So invariably, sustainable nanotechnology is the development of science and technology within the 1 to 100 nanometer scale, with consideration to long-term economic viability and the sensible use of what? Of bioresources. And looking at the other one, tendency towards waste reduction via reuse, repair, recycle, refurbish, reposition. You know, that's what you do. And of course, invariably, you have the environmental preservation, social equity, and economic viability. Those are the advantages of sustainable nanotechnology. Bioeconomy is important, as I've told you. You know, bioeconomy has to do with the replacement of non-renewable resources with biological renewable alternatives, which span across all industrial sectors. That's great, but they must be used with sensibility. And the issue is the bioeconomy activity may have negative impact upon the environment if implemented incorrectly. These are the ways, sensible use of natural resources, the way Professor Latif and the group are doing, using it for research, green chemistry, bio-inspired green nanomaterial synthesis. All these are good. These are great things. And this can enhance development, technological development in the world. Of course, now, sustainable nanotechnology. What do we do? Environmental friendly reactant will give raw material, solve condition synthesis using the great synthesis, sustainable synthesis to give, and you end up in advanced material that gives what? A circular economy. A circular economy revolves around making use, reuse, repair, remake, and recycle of whatever comes out for what? Technological advancement. There are two types of economy we are talking about now. We have the linear economy. In the linear economy, what do? You take from the bioresource, you make, you waste. And what you make, invariably what you take, make, and dispose of. And that led us to what? An unsustainable development, environmental pollution, zero technology, poverty. Nigeria is an example of linear economy, my dear scientists. And the second one, circular economy. You don't take from the bioresources as much as possible, but what you do from the waste that comes out of the bioresources, you make, you use, you recycle, and invariably you end up with what? Sustainable development, environmental clean, superb technology, waste to wealth. Singapore, France, these are the examples. And then this is a system that Singapore used. Singapore now have zero waste system. And what did they do? Appropriate legislative policy amid circular economy, in which case they are able to have 2 million for zero waste projects. Yes, yes, the second one, yes, that's what they do. And what did they use? Yes, sustainable nanotechnology. That's the concept. And that's what made them to develop today. There are 6 amazing inventions that are made possible by nanotechnology, as has been documented. Among them, those 6, 2 of them emanated from waste. And we found one of them in Singapore. Nanotechnology in Africa started years back. South Africa started it. They are the originator. And then thereafter, Nigeria launched its own in 2006, Cameroon in 2007, Ghana 2008. Nigerian Nanotechnology Initiative started by the late sage, Professor Adewoye. And we had a meeting, special invited guest, Professor Woliso, myself, and Professor Niyi Babatokwe. I think he's here. Is he here, Professor Niyi Babatokwe? He promised to be here. Okay, those are the things. We started in 2006. The option we had then was nanomedicine, nanoenergy, nanobiology, nanoporous material. Of course, the last one, why I pointed it out, because that one relied exclusively on waste to generate that. We had nanoparticle production training and workshop, NASENI Nano Physics Research Group, Nano Research Grant, led by Professor Adewoye. They organized a lot of trainings and workshops, provided that President Obasanjo provided money for all this one to do it. And I was invited, nationally invited, to give the training to a lot of nanotechnology. Today, these are the leading group in nanotechnology in Nigeria. Member of the Lautech Nano Group to be well recognized. As far as I'm into nanotech, I know the many of who are participating and those who are doing it. The record is there, either by publication or by the output or in terms of conference to do. So I am giving them the kudos as far as nanotech development is concerned. University of Nigeria Nsukka, they are playing a lot of good game indeed. NASENI Center for Excellence was established at EMD Akure. Kudos to Professor Adewoye, the late sage, and the other one. Now, sustainable nanotechnology, our contributions. Remember, I told you, bioresources must be minimized as much as possible. Why we engage what? A lot of what? A lot of waste. We have been able to generate the nanoporous water filter, the solvent booms, transformer drug delivery, and this recently we have involved whereby you can get a fingerprint easily. Some of them use waste, while few of them use the chemicals for development. Thank you. Now let's go to part of the outside example. Water has been a problem in Nigeria, and what translates to the scientific category that we adopted that time. We all know there are problems, general type, peculiar one, and the peculiar one is the oil contaminated environment and the way our people use water. Those are the examples of problems we have in Nigeria. Yes, litters, environment is littered and destroyed one way or the other. Oil pollutions in Niger Delta, they have destroyed our livelihood. The so-called pure water that we drink from time to time, is it pure? And even the vendors, the way we operate things, are they clean enough to give us the adequate water we need? Environment, I mean, contaminated water, and then what different type of contaminations we added. Now, there's a need to recognize the point of use water system. And that was a concept we developed. And we know that about $32 billion has been invested on point of use water purification. The issue is that by processing after distribution, point of view treatment avoid the possibility of contamination during distribution and through leak pipes and below atmospheric pressure in the pipe. Let's rely on government, that is point of view water purification system. The roadmap began. The roadmap began. Privileged to visit Princeton University and work with this group as a Fulbright fellow and USMA fellow. Yes. Then there was a return visitation of those scientists to Nigeria to start what? To start this one. A grand challenge for potable water was instituted and we started it, supplied with some money from National Science Foundation, the United States of America, and then I wish I can control it. Okay. So in working through that, several efforts supported Naseni, myself and my students. They are not students again because these are group, they are professors, associate professor today. One of them is around here, he's doing great. And the director in the university, that's Professor Samson Alayande, who work with me. Please, go back. Sorry, go back. Ways for membrane technology, a water purification model for Nigeria through sustainable nanotechnology. That's what we started then. Yes. And we recognize membrane technology as a way out and adsorbent also as a method that we can use. Then nanofiltration. Maybe when I raise hand, we can get me clearly. Yeah. Then a field study on the use of clay, ceramic water filter and influence probably was since we started that with the objective that we should have socioeconomic education and behavioral study of the concept. Developmental stage 1 of the project, using what? Waste. What we did, we got the clay, we got the sawdust, which is a waste, and we put them together, we cast it, we fired it, and what we got? Yes? We got the water filter. Then we established a company at Abeokuta, and it was no profit company, and led by myself and many other people. We distributed all these filters free of cost to communities with a view to studying the effect, the effect on their health, behavioral studies, as well as socioeconomic studies. These are the kind of filters we distributed to various places, free of cost. And then we studied, yes, permeability due to interconnectivity of salt, increase of permeability, chemical filtration, E. coli. We were able to get that one, get rid of that. The issue is that we had to go to stage 2 because of the fact that what is what we got? You can see disordered pores. This disordered pore will not make it effective until you do modification on it. And that led us what? Development stage 2. To do development stage 2, you have to use this waste, extract the silica and porous silica, and then yes, you intercalate nanoporous silica within the matrices of the clay. Those are the things we use. You intercalate it, yes. And those are the working groups that work with me throughout the whole thing. You can see the first earlier stage with this, we transform it through intercalation to the next one. And we were able to get another pore. Filtered effectively to get that. And these are the filter. I want to believe that you know Dr. Elemike, who must have come here many times. He worked with me to develop that platform, point of view water purification, and which one and what are the second best in Nigeria University. We have been able to solve the first stage, the second stage. Now, what about the Niger Delta? What about the contaminated system? That form part of the objective. And can we solve inherent Niger Delta problem associated with contaminated water and environment? Can we put more consolidated effort to maximize sustainability by using waste and biomass? Can we offer reusable material platform? Finally, we felt that we can generate switchable surface workings that can interplay and interconnect water purification and corridor water separation. Yes, we know we can. The game changer is surface chemistry. And what we need to do is superoleophilic and superhydrophobic surfaces have to be created. So sustainable, cheap, abundant, and reusable surfaces has to do with what kind of materials we use. They are mainly waste. You can see waste, waste, waste. Little bit of bioresource. Putting them together, we must look for low surface energy, material, and roughness. And what do we need to do? Using expanded polystyrene waste and electrospinning concept, using this low surface energy system. Yes, we got that. The test experiment remained a doctoral thesis, and in which we use expanded polystyrene, ferritic graphite. Yes, go back to that. Go back to that. And that is Professor Samson Alayande, who is here today, who did that great work. And like, as a matter of fact, 90% of the initiatives came from him to develop this. Yes. And then, yes. Ferritic graphite or silver, we electropine it. Yes. And we got different results as much as possible. We could do crude oil water separation. We could do emulsified waste water separation. And then development at stage 3, which is an upgraded ceramic. My God. I wish I could control this myself. You will have enjoyed this talk properly. I'm sorry. You can see what we have. The first one is hydrophilic oleophilic surfaces, which can switch to what? Hydrophobic oleophilic surfaces. Through what? Through a kind of game changer. Yes? And that's a game changer that can switch the surface. Simple preparation will lead us to the final technology there. And you could see changing from hydrophobic to superhydrophobic was so easy with us. Yes, 5% we give as much as that. 70% we give as much as 162 contact angle. The prospect was determined by Professor Alayande in terms of the technology prototype that can be developed. An alternative one will be something that looks like this, which we have developed as well. The publication stage 1 gave us this with a group of Princeton University scientists that work with us in this stage 1, and some other as much as, yes, other 8 publications. We got several publications there that are big, yes, back. And sorry, we have an Australian patent in the work as well, though. We are monitoring several experts today, and we are mentoring them, and they are the upcoming nanotechnologies. And among them, we mentioned them there that we're seeing. Electronics, material, nanobio, sensor, we have been able to do them as well. And that leads us to what? About 2 patents there on drug delivery. Transparent drug delivery is part of those things we have done. We just look at some of our bioresources that is active medicinally, and then incorporate it into a oil, and it can be delivered into the body easily, and forming transdermal patches. Nanomation as an efficient vehicle for transdermal drug delivery was a thesis supervised by me, and that's Basira who did the work. All this one, we use something available within us. Bioresources, just ordinary oil, and we look at some of the active, medicinally active material that is incorporated into it, and a little waste, and we got a fantastic result. We tested that's the mode of formulation to get the nano emulsion. Yes, from the nano emulsion you can get that globus, and to get the formulation you use the this kind of phase diagram to get the formulation, and then we induce the rat with diabetics. You can see the progression, yes, and this way of promotion we applied on the rat. You can see the effect on glucose. The glucose reduced drastically, and some many other effects. We have been able to form collaboration as well. I provided the POS, David provided the click chemistry, and the Todd provided the TAP. We form alliance as well. The alarm wants to use that system to do what? To detect protein, to sense protein, to detect DNA effectively. This is the concept. This is the body. This is a nanoscopic material which is just about 0.5 nanometer in size. These are the protein detected. You can see the bioimaging effectively done. You can see the cellular imaging, in which case the zinc in the body can be encapsulated. We can form a complex with it, and that shows a kind of fluorescence that are distinguishable as a measure of what? As a measure of the sensing capacity. Nanotech for energy, well, this may not be supportive to not sustainable nanotechnology because we use food like sobo as part of the thing that can give us the fluorescence. Sobo is what we use, so I may not support that, but Lali was used. And we got this morphological system in the solar cell. Yes, good XRD, good UV, different band gap modification, fantastic publication. Nanotech in forensic. Today we are now looking at, can we use this material as forensic, fingerprinting, forensic, as well as anti-counterfeiting? And this is a concept POS together with some dyes, labeling to get anti-counterfeiting as well as fingerprinting. So this, we can determine effectively our import. I'm trying to export this one to Germany. Fingerprinting can be detected easily using some waste as well as some nanomaterial. Now we are not looking at the fact that, you know, each time you take money to the bank, you find out that they try to look at the authenticity of that money. What did they look at there? We can also do one or two things there. And that's why we look at back to that, back. You use 1,000 currency. The 1,000 currency, we can, you know, originally there's nothing there, but when you look at it on the UV, this is a measure of what? Anti-counterfeiting. And that comes out of what? Of waste, bioresources, and then little chemicals. The challenges in Nigeria is continuity. Yes, maintenance. South Africa is leading. South Africa is leading. Oh my God. Nano centers, Naseni Nano Center, I don't know how it looks like today. Whether we are still maintaining that at EMDR. I don't know, but the last time I visited, it wasn't good enough. Meaning that we don't maintain the edifice of technology that we put in place. The challenges is how to create number of experts and research findings with tangible results in the area of nanotechnology for industrial application, and so many other things constitute challenges. We can look at it. Africa is very low, and you can see other that doing. South Africa are by far more than us, and look at what they have impacted as far as nanotechnology is concerned. African nanotechnology experts, you can see Nigeria, you can see South Africa, but we are trying, people like Professor Latif, they know they are bringing a huge number into the fold of nanotechnology very soon. Yes? To have nano-assisted microbiological conversion of waste, to have nanomaterial for pollutant removal, to have nano-assisted waste conversion into valuable product, you must use nanotechnology and meet together with what? With waste remediation. What do we do now? Wait. Waste, we have them abundantly. Don't change it. We have the waste abundantly, which comes out of the bioresources. It's an art, scientific art. We create wealth. And the wealth can give us what? Environmental sustainability in Nigeria. And this is via sustainable nanotechnology. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, sir. Please, another round of applause for our guest speaker. Thank you very much, sir, for that wonderful lecture. The acting vice chancellor, sir, we are gradually moving to the end of the program. But before then, I'm going to call on Dr. T.B. Ashafa to undo a program for all of us to enjoy.
All right, thank you, sir. Just before we complete the program, it is our culture to get some attention, especially about people's knowledge on nanotechnology. So we usually share a poll that all attendees are expected to answer. But in this case, if you log on using the Zoom link that we send out, you can also participate in the poll. But it will be more suitable. It will be more suitable for those who are currently online. I'm going to launch it now, and it will be available for just 2 to 3 minutes. And then we can read out the results. So I'm going to launch it now. For those of us who can log on, we can answer the poll using the Zoom link that we sent out for most of our staff. So it's already on. We are going to spend just 2 to 3 minutes for the poll. So people are answering now. We can see the results. So we can display the results on the board. So we have about 66 participants online, 67 now. They're all attending to the poll. As I said, for those of us who are here, we can also log on to participate in the poll. It's an interesting one. It gives us an idea about people's knowledge on the issue of nanotechnology, and especially the demography of those who are attending the conference. All right, so we have 4 respondents now. 10 respondents, 12, 13. Yes, interesting. 15, 16. All right, I can see you. 21 respondents now. 23 now. We can all see the results on the board, especially for the first question. I think it will be interesting for the ministry to also be involved so they can have an idea about people's perception as far as nanotechnology is concerned. I'm going to stop it in the next 1 minute, and then we can see the summary of the results. All right. I can see 67% academia attending the conference as against 31% students, 2% non-academic, and 2% policymaker. I think that's interesting. So they will hear our voice and our cry. All right, so we have 57% already participated. So once we have 50, 55, I think that will be fine. So 85 are currently online, and 52 participants have answered the questions or attended to the poll. 30 seconds more. So it's still 59% academics, 32% students. That's interesting. 2% no academic, 4% policymakers. Okay, I think it's nice now for me to end the poll so that we can take a look at the summary of the results. So, and okay, so I'm going to share the results so we can take a look. So, for the first question, which of the following categories do you belong to? So we have 34% students and 58% academia. That's interesting. Number two, from which geographical location are you participating in this conference? We have 68% from Southwest, 22% from other part of the country, and 10% outside the country. That makes the conference a truly international. Are you in Nigeria? 97% yes, and 3% no. Truly international. Indicate your gender. That's interesting. 73% male and 27% female. Yeah, female are also coming up now. How do you learn about the hybrid conference? 39% through the Nano website, 36% through the email, 29% through WhatsApp, and then 25% through verbal communication. How well are you familiar with the activities of Nanotech and Lautech? 54% said very well, 15% said well. Interesting. What is your assessment regarding the level of nanotechnology engagement in Nigeria? 32% said high, whereas 34% said fair and 32% said low. Do you opine that the nanotechnology has commercial values for development of African economy? 98% said yes. That's interesting. That collaborated what Professor Dari was talking about. Do you think enough resources are being deployed to nanotechnology research in Nigeria? 90% said yes, and 66% said no. So we need more deployment. In which of the following areas do you think nanotechnology can be of assistance? 75% said in healthcare, 71% in energy, 54% in quality industrial raw material. I think that's really interesting. It gave us some idea about what people think about technology. So we are going to make the poll available to the Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation, as well as to the university management. Thank you so much. Piero.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ashafa. Let me quickly call on the Chairman, Local Organizing Committee, Professor M.A. Aziz, for the vote of thanks. Professor, well, after the first session, because we are still continuing with the program, and the next person to deliver a lecture here, Professor Sherif Dridi, is from Tunisia and is going to take the lecture for the second section. Immediately after this section, all the participants, both online and physical here, should stay behind, while the secondary school student should move out for photo session and the invited guest. Then we reconvene to continue with the program. Professor Aziz.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to seize this opportunity to appreciate the people and organizations that have made today's occasion a success. First of all, we are grateful to Honorable Minister of Federal Ministry of Science and Technology and Innovation, Dr. Ogunaya Ono, ably represented by Mr. Bassi, MEJ. And here we have the desk officer of the nanotechnology policy with us, in person of Mr. Oseni Adedayo. We say thank you very much and God bless. Also, we are grateful to the Senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, in person of Senator Abdul Fatai Buhari, ably represented by Alhaji Bello Noah, for making it a day with us in nanotechnology research conference of this year. Then, we are grateful to the principal officers of Lautech, ably led by the acting vice chancellor, Professor M. Liasu. We appreciate the registrar of the university, the bursar, the librarian, the auditors. And we want to say thank you to the dean and provost of the university for the support that they have provided and they are still providing for the research group since the inception in 2014. We are grateful to all past deans and the current ones for the enablement they have extended to the research group to be able to showcase what we have in our midst. So we are very happy to have the director of Lautech Health Center with us, and we are happy that all other directors are also with us, and they have been helping the research group since the inception. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to thank our resource person from within Nigeria and outside Nigeria. First and foremost, we are grateful to the guest speaker of the day, Professor Enoch Elugbenga Dare, for that wonderful and eye-opening lecture that he has given us. We say thank you very much, sir. So we extend our appreciation to Professor Didi C. from Tunisia, Professor Tebet from UAE, United Arab Emirates. We are grateful to Professor Abdul Karim from Foot Mina. So we are also grateful to Professor Suleimani from Malaysia. All of these people, majority of them are joining us online. They may not be here physically, and they have been following the program since the beginning. We are also grateful to Professor Dawesh from Egypt. Also, we are grateful to our collaborators from within the country and outside the country, especially Professor Kana from the University of KwaZulu-Natal and Dr. Bilkis from the same university. We are also grateful to Dr. Abbas from Saudi Arabia for the technical support that they have been giving the research group. So we say thank you to them. We are also happy to recognize the invited guests in our midst, the captain of industries, to mention but few. We are grateful to the management of Rubicon Company, ably represented by Prince Adesina Adewuyi. We say thank you very much. Then we thank Raja Printers for the support since the beginning of this program. We are grateful to the Director General of Nasrida, Dr. Alilu Shaba, ably represented by Dr. Ayotoji. Sorry. So we are grateful to the management of Wine Light Analytical System Limited. So they have been very wonderful. In addition, so we are happy that we have in our presence the Director of Intellectual Property and Technology Transfer from First Technical University, Ibadan. So we thank you for coming in person of Dr. Samson O. Alayande. Then we are grateful to all the invited schools for gracing this occasion. We thank all the lecturers and students of Lautech University of Technology for the support at all times. We thank the university community as a whole for standing with us in this research group since the inception in 2014. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to thank the technical personnel of the university for the wonderful job that they have done, such that they are able to handle the program in an orderly manner. Last but not the least, we thank the PRO units of the university for anchoring this program for the Nanotechnology Research Group. We are very grateful to all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, we can see clearly that truly, the next big thing is the small thing. Little by little, the world is going into the system that will be so small, such that it will not put burden on the inhabitant of the heart, the surface of the heart. So by this, I appreciate all of you. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you very much, sir. We really appreciate everybody here, both physically here and online, for our patience. Now, shall we all rise? First, for the national, for Lautech anthem. Shall we rise, please?
Lautech anthem.
We sing, oh Lautech, your promotion of applied sciences. Oh, see the spectrum and the building of the race of progress. Students of Lautech are the leaders today. We manifest great staff committed to the training of total blessings. Great Lautech, great stars, always stand for excellence. Great Lautech, greatest paradise, integrity and service. Integrity and service. Integrity and service.
Oyo State anthem.
Aṣíwájú ni wá, aṣíwájú ni wá, aṣíwájú ni wá, aṣíwájú ni wá. Ipò aṣíwájú l'Ẹlẹ́dùmarè fún wa nípìnlẹ̀ Ọ̀yọ́. Ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀yọ́ ẹ jẹ́ ká ṣe kiri, ọmọ Ọ̀yọ́ ká tẹpá wa mọ́ṣẹ́. Ká bára wa sọ̀rọ̀, ká sòdodo, ká ṣohun tó tọ́ tó dára. Nígbà gbogbo, níbi gbogbo, fún ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀yọ́. Onírẹ̀yìn o, lójú mi, onírẹ̀yìn o. Onírẹ̀yìn o, nígbà tèmi, onírẹ̀yìn o. Èmi aṣohun tó tọ́ tó dára. Nígbà gbogbo, níbi gbogbo, fún ìpínlẹ̀ Ọ̀yọ́. Aṣíwájú ni wá, aṣíwájú ni wá, aṣíwájú ni wá. Aṣíwájú ni wá.
The national anthem.
The national anthem.
Arise, O compatriots, Nigeria's homeland, to serve our fatherland with love and strength and faith. The name of our heroes
Thank you very much. Shall we still remain standing as the acting vice chancellor leaves the hall? All our secondary school students should please move out for photo session. All our invited guests should also join them, and the Nano research group should also join them. Thank you very much.
two. Hello, one, two. Hello, one, two, 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 two. Two, one, two, one, two, one, two. Testing, one, two. One, two, one, two, one, two. Hello, one, two, one, two. Hello, testing. One, two, one, two, one, two. Two, two. One, two. Testing. Two. Testing. One, two. Testing.
You've kept the promise. Now we're singing, all dressed in splendor, as your promise again is kept. Oh, dear sweet rainbow, allure my feelings, make me so timeless. One race for zenith, we together began one day. You led me on as we come this far. We fixed our shoulders and determined just to win. You led me on as the race was made. There to be champions. We are winning. It's lovely, Lautech, you've kept the promise. Now we're singing, all dressed in splendor, as your promise again is kept. Oh, dear sweet rainbow, I brought my feelings, made so timeless. One race for zenith, we together began one day. You led me on as we come this far. We fixed our shoulders and determined just to win. You made me know as the race It's lovely, Lautech. You've kept the promise.
Good afternoon, dear participants. I want to welcome you to the second segment of the formal opening ceremony. I want to thank you on behalf of Nanotechnology Research Group for staying with us till this time. So the second segment is going to last for maybe about 1.5 hours. Thereafter, we'll go for lunch break. After the lunch break, we are going to commence the technical section in earnest. So the technical section will take place in the seminar room of mathematics department, where we had the workshop yesterday for the biological sciences. And then for the physics and engineering, that will take place at the physics seminar room. That's after the final formal opening ceremony. All right, so now we're going to invite Professor Cherry to deliver his invited lecture. But before then, I'm going to invite Professor Sanusi to give a short citation of Professor Cherry. After his lecture, we're going to invite Lupcon to give us 5-minute presentations on their products. After that, I will invite Dr. Alayande from First Technical University to inform us about the procedure for patenting. After that, we invite Mr. Didayo Hosseini from Federal Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation to give us updates about nanotechnology roadmap in Nigeria. So I have the honor of inviting Professor Sanusi to give the short citation of Professor Cherry.
Thank you. Once again, you are all welcome back to the afternoon session for this 5th International Conference of Lautech Nano Research Book. Now, here is the Professor Cherry biography. Professor Cherry obtained his master's degree in physics in 1994 before proceeding to the Faculty of Sciences of Manchester to complete his DEA in materials and devices for electronics. Thereafter, he obtained his PhD and habilitation HDR in physics from the University of Tunis, Tunisia, between 2003 and 2010. Professor Sharif spent 14 years at ISAT of Suzy as an assistant and associate professor of physics, where he founded the GREENS team, that is research group. After leaving ISAT, he joined the Center of Research on Microelectronics and Nanotechnology, Technopole of Suzy, as an associate professor, and become a full professor of nanotechnology in 2016. And head of nanomaterials and microsystem for health, environment, and energy in 2016. Professor Sharif's research focus is on the development of nanomaterials and nanomicrosystems for health, environment, agriculture, and food safety, as well as energy saving, harvesting, and storage. Professor Sharif has participated in several international projects where he was the principal investigator, expert, researcher. Some of these include PhD, UNIC, NATO Nikkei Science for Peace, and EU FP7. He was Tunisia National Contact Person, NCP, in nanotechnologies, advanced materials, biotechnologies, and advanced manufacturing and processing in Horizon 2020 European Union projects in 2016 to 2017. Professor Serif, together with his research group and collaborators, have published and presented over 200 peer-reviewed journal publication/communication. Professor Serif is a member of several committees for international conferences and symposia. He has been invited by several universities in different parts of the world to give the invited talk at several conferences. I'm thereby honored to present to you Professor Serif Deredri for his presentation.
Okay. I would like to thank you again, and also to thank the organizing committee for this kind of invitation, especially Professor Latif. And also, I welcome the honorable audience, deans, directors, and all my estimated colleagues. Moreover, I would like to welcome also and I am happy for the presence of pupils and students from primary, secondary schools, and probably sure also students from the university. They are the future. I am from the laboratory of nanomaterials and microsystems for health, environment, and energy of Center of Research on Microelectronics and Nanotechnology of SUS, belonging to the Technopole of SUS, which is here. The context of the Technopole, as you know, is a kind of a localization and give the opportunity to work between university, research center, and also different startups and companies. That is the map of this Technopole, located in Sousse, which is in the center of Tunisia and open on the Mediterranean Sea and near the Europe. The missions of Research Center are the development of competences, the establishment of scientific research activities and programs, technical resources and platforms offered for colleagues from academy or from industrial partners, also technical support and transfer to industry. Three pillars are important for these goals. The first one is the appropriation and of equipment, acquisition and installation of equipment with qualified personnel and organizing management. We have seven platforms for CIO and prototyping, tests and measurements, a Fab Lab, micro nanosystems platform, RF photonics platform, and we are preparing the construction of a clean room and nano microscopy platform, in which we have a scanning electron microscope and nano Raman coupled to AFM atomic force microscope. The research program, the second pillar, is the dissipation of knowledge in the context of electronic and physical visibility, such kind of these events, trainings and scientific manifestations, diffusion of knowledge, and which is more important also is the networking partnership with colleagues from all over the world. The third point is the accompaniment, because we have experts around research and development and innovation projects, national projects, European Union projects, and also we assist and provide technological facilities, prototyping, test and characterization, and valorization and management. This is in context of different groups, research teams, such as Nano laboratory. And we are open also in context of collaboration with services and port of research from all over the world also. And then we have the laboratory Nano dedicated to research, development, and innovation, founded in 2016, and which is interested by the application of nanotechnology to healthcare. We will see some examples: environment, food safety and agriculture, and also energy and security. Our strategy is based on the management by objectives, SMART, specific strategy to Tunisia, MENA region, Middle East, North Africa, and also Africa. Our objectives are measurables because we have research teams around projects, involvement of young researchers and supervisors, and also we have deliverables and outputs that we will discuss later. Our objectives are achievable because we have a multidisciplinary staff. We focus on physical, chemical, and biological microsystems for sustainable development. Also, these objectives are relevant because they are correlated to national priorities in sustainable development, United Nations Sustainable Development Objectives, and we are also interested by the needs of our socioeconomic partners and industries. And also these objectives are temporal and are realistic. The outputs in the last years are the realization of high-level academic research, the good quality education by providing PhD master formation of quality in terms of scientific production, and also research projects in the context of national and international context. This is the strategy of laboratory is to do a kind of nano engineering of nanomaterials and to use them after us in the development of nano microsystems, which can be sensors for food safety, for biomedical and environmental applications. We will see some examples, and also in energy harvesting, saving, and storage. And therefore, we are in the context of several United Nations Sustainable Development Objectives. Our team is, as I said, multidisciplinary with colleagues from physics, microelectronics, and chemistry. And we have several students, PhD students, in different thematics, and they are the heart of the laboratory. Our collaborations, which gives us opportunity to have several projects in the context of national partnership. We have a project on detection, anti-terrorism, in the detection of explosives. We have also an activity and application of nanotechnology in agriculture, also for photovoltaics, and the use of nanomaterials and biosensors in genetics. And more recently, as you know, the context of the pandemic, we have a project under progress concerning smart nanobio platforms for the rapid diagnosis of SARS-CoV-2. In the international context, we have partnership with colleagues from all over the world in the context of FP7 European Union project, NATO Science for Peace project, and several bilateral projects with colleagues from France, etc., and Morocco, Egypt, and South Africa. The scientific production is concerned by the knowledge sharing, which is very important task by co-organization of different international conferences and papers in SGR reviews, especially among them 3 reviews in the last year, and the quality improvement in terms of number of Q1 and Q2 publications. Finally, some idea about equipment and facilities in the laboratory for the substrates preparation and micro nanosystems fabrication, nanomaterials characterization, and also chemical and biological microsystems performance studies. The title of my presentation today is the Sustainable and Innovative Nanotechnology-Based Strategies for Sustainable Development, and we will see all over this presentation the context, the relation with the goals of the Sustainable Development Objectives of the United Nations. We come back to the strategy concerning these objectives, and especially recently, as mentioned by my colleague previously, to use green synthesis approach and green synthesis nanomaterials has a very important added value for our countries and to limit pollution also. We have worked on different types of nanoparticles, silver, gold nanoparticles, zinc oxide, and carbon derivative nanomaterials. As you know, nanoparticles has several applications in the drug loading and delivery, and biosensors development, in imaging, in bioseparation and purification, etc. Especially metallic and metal oxide nanoparticles, because they are biocompatible and non-toxic. The physical and chemical approaches are expensive and time-consuming and toxic. However, biological one has several advantages, especially green synthesis of nanoparticles, which is clean, low cost, non-toxic, and eco-friendly approach. And the biological synthesis of nanoparticles are using different biomaterials such as bacteria, yeast, algae, and plant extracts. We will focus on the last one because it has several advantages over other microscopic organisms, especially the use of the phytochemicals present in the plants, which will reduce the metallic ions to nanoparticles. We can have an idea about some advantages, because these nanoparticles biosynthesized using plants are more stable and better control over size and shape of these nanoparticles. Also, generally, we have one step and simple process. There are the fast process, we will show this after, and also, which is important, these approaches are more eco-friendly. The mechanism is very known. We pass from metallic ions to reduced metallic ions by using by reduction with the phytochemical present in the plant extract, and then we have the nucleation and stabilization also due to these phytochemicals. We will start with the metallic, noble metallic nanoparticles. First of all, we will start with green silver nanoparticle development. We used different kinds of Tunisian plants. It was in the context of a thesis of my PhD student, Sewar Jibril, and we studied by spectrophotometry the absorption bands of these nanoparticles, and we observed the specific and the signature of the formation of silver nanoparticles due to surface plasma resonance signature around 400 and 415 nanometers. By X-ray diffraction, we calculated the sizes of the different nanoparticles, silver nanoparticles, and correlated this with different plant extracts. And we can observe that the smaller one is the silver nanoparticles synthesized using the media plant extract. This is very important for us, especially for sensing applications, and we will discuss this later. The first application of these silver nanoparticles in collaboration with Institute of Agronomic Sciences of Shatmariam was to use them for sustainable agriculture. For example, here we used these silver nanoparticles from media extract to enhance the cultivation of lettuce and green beans. Just here, I will show rapidly the enhancement of germination parameters and growth parameters due to the application of silver nanoparticles. The second application is about the nano antifungal against verticillium in eggplants. This is also very important, especially when you have done in vivo tests. And we observed that the severity of the disease and the relative extent of vascular discoloration noted on the treated plants were significantly reduced by 87% and 97% respectively, compared to the inoculated and untreated control. That is very important to show that biosynthesized silver nanoparticles strongly inhibit the growth of verticillium in eggplants without use of any chemical antifungis or chemical products. Then we will show some results about the use and the application of nanotechnology for environment and food safety. Particularly, we will discuss results about the fabrication of nanostructured sensors and their use in the quality monitoring of drinking water and also foods in terms of presence of emerging contaminants. Also, nanomaterials engineering for water remediation will be discussed. And here we will discuss the third application by using green nanomaterials for water quality monitoring and remediation. Silver and gold nanoparticles will be used for development of nanosensors for quality monitoring of water. And we will discuss the biosynthesized zinc oxide nanoparticles for water remediation. As you know, there are about 1.4 billion kilometers cube of water on Earth. That is about 70% of the planet. Unfortunately, only 2.5% is fresh water, and 0.5% of the world's water is usable. This is due to the pollution. A growing pollution due to the growing global population, expansion of agriculture and industry, climate change, and significant sources of pollution. These pollutions are the contamination of water with emerging contaminants such as heavy metals, nanoplastics, pesticides, pharmaceuticals, hormones, etc. These have several environmental concerns in terms of the arrival of these emerging contaminants in river water and then, unfortunately, in the drinking water and nanoplastics also in water bottles in plastics. The health risks are also not negligible. neurodegenerative diseases, diabetes, obesity, heart diseases, child asthma, etc., and especially cancer. That is why also we will discuss this and the detection of cancer biomarkers. Our objective is the development of portable, real-time response and low-cost new chemical sensors for the nanoplastics monitoring and in general emerging contaminants monitoring in mineral, river, and irrigation water and in agricultural products. For this, we have to determine the analytical performances of these new sensors to check the reproducibility, stability, and interference studies, and finally, to go to practical applications. The principle of a micro or nano sensor is that we have a receptor, which can be a chemical or biological molecule, which will interact with the medium containing the target species, and then we have a transducer who will translate, if you can say, these interaction on electrical signal. These transducers can be optical, piezoelectrical, thermal ones, etc. But we will focus on the use of electrochemical transducers. The methodology is the following. We fabricate the receptor nanomaterial, or we collaborate with colleagues from different disciplines, biochemical sensor preparation, then the thin films characterization, and we develop the sensor, which performances will be then studied and which will be applied in real samples tests. The used transducers are different types. They can be different types of oxides, semiconductor transducers, or also gold microelectrodes, etc. But recently we have focused more on sustainable and low-cost transducers, carbon-based ones, or using nanoparticles, metallic nanoparticles. Therefore, we have carbon-based transducers, screen-printed carbon electrodes, which are cheap, a glassy carbon electrode also, and here sonogel carbon electrode and carbon paste electrodes, which are very easy to fabricate and low cost. We use also gold nanoparticles, silver nanoparticles, and carbon black nanoparticles, which the carbon black nanoparticles are very cheap and they have very interesting properties. For silver and gold nanoparticles, we tried to go to more eco-friendly approaches for their synthesis. Here we will discuss the first example of detection of phenol in water using green silver nanoparticles. The device fabrication using these biosynthesized silver nanoparticles is to dropcast these nanoparticles on the glassy carbon electrode, and then to go to electrochemical study using this kind of electrochemical cell. We present here the evolution of the concentration of the current intensity versus concentration of phenol, and the calibration curve here with a limit of detection of 0.42 micromolar and a linear detection range between 0.8 micromolar to 20 micromolar. And sure, then we have used this device, low-cost device, and eco-friendly because it uses glassy carbon electrode in real samples, mineral water, and tap water. And we can observe here relative standard deviation very low. And we can say that the sensors are ideally suited for application in natural samples. The second example is the use of green gold sono nanoparticles in collaboration of colleagues from University of Cadiz in Spain for the detection of nanoplastics in water. For this, we will discuss rapidly the green synthesis and characterization of these kind of gold nanoparticles using Tunisian plants. And these plants, after cutting, they will be submitted to sonication with 700 watt, very powerful sonication, to obtain the plant extract, which will be reduced, mixed with chloroauric acid to obtain finally the gold sono nanoparticles, and it's very, very fast, between 15 or 20 minutes. Then the absorption spectra of these obtained nanoparticles using different kinds of plant extracts, using geranium, using olive leaves, using malva. We have, in general, they are located at about 530 nanometer, which is specific also to surface plasma resonance band of gold nanoparticles. The functional groups characteristic of phenols, proteins, and flavonoids present in the plant extract are responsible, for the reduction and the stabilization of these gold sono nanoparticles. And we can observe here by transmission electron microscopy that we have different kinds of shapes when we use olive leaves, spherical, triangular, and hexagonal one. But this one is the most important, and hopefully it's the most important concentration in our nanoparticles here. And also the same thing for gold nanoparticles from malva, using malva extract, and we obtained an average size of about 10 nanometer. Then for gold nanoparticles from geranium extracts, it depends on the part of the plant. We used leaves, stems, and the leaves plus stems mixture, and we obtained here the majority of hexagonal nanostructures, which is very interesting because it gives an important surface area for sensing applications. It's very important. Therefore, we will discuss now the detection of nanoplastics in water using sono gel gold nanoparticles. The nanoplastics, as you know, unfortunately, such as bisphenol A, phenol, catechol, hydroquinone, resorcinol, etc., are very, very toxic for the health, and they can have an impact on the cancer formation, such as breast and prostates, also problems with neurodegenerative diseases and cardiac problems. Therefore, Therefore, their detection in very low concentrations is very important. Here we will present the fabrication of sonogel carbon electrode using a very simple and eco-friendly method. And this is the devices. And then we broadcast these gold sono nanoparticles on the glassy carbon on the sonogel glassy carbon. The sonogel carbon electrode, and then we go to electrochemical studies to establish the calibration curve of our devices. You can see here the development of novel electrochemical sensor modified with green gold sono nanoparticles mixed with carbon black to form a nanocomposite for bisphenol A detection. And the calibration curve is presented here and shows a limit of detection of about 60 nanomolar and a linear detection range between 0.5 to 15 micromolar. Then, as usual, we go to the selectivity study towards interferencing species. And we can observe here a good selectivity, high selectivity towards various interfering species and the determination of bisphenol A, and then also real samples studies using tap water and mineral water, and the analytical approach developed has been successfully applied for determination of bisphenol A in real samples. Moreover, another approach using these gold sonogel nanoparticles from malva extract, we achieved the development of nanosensor modified with these nanoparticles and mix it with carbon black to detect simultaneously, this is very interesting, hydroquinone, catechol, and resorcinol in tap, dam, and swamp water. And here we can observe the evolution of the electrochemical signal with concentration for the three types in the same time, hydroquinone, catechol, and resorcinol, and the calibration curve are given here. We study the selectivity and also with the use of these devices, of these sonogel carbon electrode modified with gold nanoparticles, very low cost and eco-friendly to detect in real samples of tap water, dam water, and swamp water. And as you see here, the recovery is very good, about 100%, and that is reason to consider that is the developed sustainable nanosensor is adequate for practical applications in natural water samples. There we have adopted for the 3 or 4 last years another strategy also for detection of bisphenol A by electrochemical measurements. We started this study by using multi-wallet carbon functionalized multi-wallet carbon nanotube modified with gold nanoparticles and for detection of bisphenol A. Here, that is the scheme of the structure of the device, and we can observe here carbon nanotube. Then we deposit on them gold nanoparticles layer. We optimize the number of layers also, and we go to electrochemical study investigation. This is published 4 years ago, and then we replaced the carbon nanotube by carbon black nanoparticles on screen printed carbon electrodes, which are low cost, and we obtained also very interesting results because we used the MIP approach, molecular imprinted polymers, which give very, very interesting specificity of the device. And then to reduce the costs, we replaced gold nanoparticles by commercialized silver nanoparticles, published recently. And we obtained interesting results compared to those reported in the literature. And finally, we tried to go more eco-friendly by replacing commercialized silver nanoparticles by green synthesized silver nanoparticles using Moringa oleifera plant extract to detect bisphenol A. That is the results for the comparison between the calibration curves obtained using silver nanoparticles, commercialized silver nanoparticles, and green silver nanoparticles, and the performances are given here. And then when we compare with the reported results in the literature, we have the better, for example, here, limit of detection of about 40 nanomolar for the detection of bisphenol A, and then interesting linear range. Therefore, after this, we discuss, we check it also, sure, the interference problems and the use of these devices in real water samples, in mineral water and tap water using commercialized silver nanoparticles and then green silver nanoparticles. That is the strategy adopted. We started with gold nanoparticles on functionalized multi-wallet carbon nanotube. Then we go to silver nanoparticles to reduce the cost and to enlarge the detection range, and then for more reducing of the costs and the greener approach, we used silver nanoparticles, biosynthesized silver nanoparticles, and we enlarged it to go to try to achieve the concentration which gives the cancer risk, which is about 10 micromolar, and we are now at about 8 micromolar. The fourth application using green zinc oxide nanoparticles is the water remediation. And as we discussed previously, there are different types of emerging contaminants in the environment, especially methylene blue dye coming from textiles. And as you know, in Tunisia, we have very important industrial textile activities, and there is a problem of poor biodegradability and high toxicity of these dyes for the environment and food safety concerns, sure, and health risks. And therefore, wastewater treatment is therefore a matter of greater concern and an important strategy, especially when we are using eco-friendly and low-cost nanoparticles. And here we will use zinc oxide nanorods biosynthesized from garlic. Following these different steps, and the final, we have used calcination to remove phytochemicals in this case, because we don't need them in this application. And then we can observe by scanning electron microscopy that we have obtained not spherical nanoparticles, but nanorods. These nanorods are characterized by an average diameter of about 30 to 40 nanometer and a length of about 100 to 200 nanometer. And they are well developed hexagonal facets, which is very important in different applications. The garlic extract used in green synthesis process influences the crystalline dimensions and the morphology. And as you observe, we have a special morphology here, which is very interesting. We will see the results. Indeed, in the context of the disease of asthma coli and in collaboration with the University of Trento in Italy, using this setup for the concentration of natural solar light for the degradation of methylene blue using zinc oxide nanorods. And you see here the results of this degradation of methylene blue, and we obtained about 94% of methylene blue degradation, either for green or chemically synthesized zinc oxide nanoparticles, but the degradation rate is higher for the zinc oxide green nanoparticles. And this is discussed in this publication with also economic aspect. This approach is cheaper. We come back to our motivation strategy here, and we will discuss the application of nanotechnology in health, if you can say, and to contribute to the third Sustainable Development Objective of United Nations. We have been concerned by cancer biomarker detection, especially in different international projects. Also, the SARS rapid test development in the national context and sure in the humanity context, and also the detection of some neurotransmitters for neurodiseases discussion and early diagnosis, and the detection of glucose using some types of nanoparticles that will be not be discussed here. Our work on cancer biomarkers and the development of cancer biomarkers sensors has been for probably for 15 years now, about 15 years, and several PhD students have been involved, and no problem of gender equality here, as you observe. And we have been concerned by different types of prostate cancer biomarkers, such as citrate, that I will take as an example, lactate, interleukin 8, and different types of microRNA, microRNA 21 and 141. Therefore, also perchlorate has been studied, and perchlorate sensor has been studied also as thyroid cancer biomarker, and also it's very important for water quality monitoring. Superoxide, and finally bisphenol A as a nanoplastic is important to detect to avoid any problem of contamination, and also it can be a prostate cancer biomarker and breast cancer biomarker. The first the example that I will discuss is detection or development of citrate sensor for prostate cancer early diagnosis. As you know, the early diagnosis is a very important task to avoid any the terminal phases of cancer and the death of the patients. The citrate concentration in human serum is given by these values for prostate fluid. However, with men diagnosed with prostate cancer, these values are reduced significantly up to a factor of 10. Therefore, the citrate as a viable can be a viable early marker for prostate cancer screening. And we used impedance spectroscopy measurements, and we studied the evolution of electrical signal versus concentration of citrate. Here we present the calibration curve, and with very interesting limit of detection of about 1.7 nanomolar, and linear range from 0.01 micromolar to 100 millimolar. This is have been published, but it's not sufficient. Sure, we have to check with colleagues from hospital of Fatima Bourguiba Monastir, using patient with patient samples, and here we can observe a consistency between our approach and the standard approach, which is colorimetric measurements. The results indicate, therefore, the utility of our electrochemical amplitudometric microsensor and its simplicity of design suggests the possibility, sure, of using it in routine procedures once the values are validated against real samples, as we have done here. The second example is the use of green silver nanoparticles decorated graphene oxide to develop a new highly sensitive serotonin sensor. In the laboratory, we have a lot of work on previous works on serotonin, but it's the first time to use a green approach for its detection. As you know, serotonin, like other types of neurotransmitters, like dopamine, etc., it's called the hormone of happiness, and is not available from food easily, and it can be implicated also in several diseases like cardiovascular diseases, depression, especially neurodegenerative diseases, depression, Parkinson's, Alzheimer, etc., and cancer cell proliferation also. And we have seen some papers also correlating it with COVID-19 disease. The approach is the following. The work methodology consists of the green synthesis of silver nanoparticles, reduced graphene oxide nanocomposite. Then we characterize the nanocomposite. Then we develop the green sensor for serotonin detection, and we study different its performances. Here we have the image, tunneling electron microscopy image, and here the glassy platinum electrode self-functionalized with these silver nanoparticles decorated with reduced graphene oxide, and we observe here the evolution of the cyclic voltammetry signal with concentrations, and we have the calibration curve, which is very interesting here. We have a very large linear detection range over 6 decades, from 100 picomolar to 100 micromolar, and a limit of detection, very low limit of detection of about 78 picomolar. The work has been published recently in analytical methods. The third example is about the green gold nanoparticles used in lateral flow immunoassay nanoplatform development. But here I will present just what we have prepared about this development. And here I present the protocol used in our project for detection, simultaneous detection of IgM antibodies and IgG antibodies using this lateral flow immunoassay approach. We have prepared all needs, especially we have now the equipment called automated lateral flow reagent dispenser for the fabrication of these kits. And we have developed in the context of a mechanical engineering project, the Tunisian Alfred, if you can say, which is cheaper and with 4 lines tests, which is can be very important when we would like to not only IgG and IgM, but to detect also IgA, which is interesting for the vaccine efficiency study. Moreover, in the same thing, for this device called the potential state, we developed the electronic card here, equivalent to this one, cheaper and also with probably same performances for detection of RNA of COVID-19. On another side, as we have observed, we thought about to contribute more to the environmental protection, but by the prevention of water pollution, knowing that this pollution is coming essentially primary from fossil energies use, and therefore it's very important to consider these aspects of energy saving, harvesting, especially from renewable sources, and also its storage, which is very important task in African countries for farmers, for etc., different applications. There is the context, and if you like about supercapacitors for energy storage, we have a review, a recent review, and as you know, solar energy is not it's a intermittent source of energy. Therefore, it's very important to store it. It depends on the application in batteries or in supercapacitors using different types of nanomaterials. The first strategy was several years ago to develop hybrid nanocomposites based solar cells, such as polyvinyl carbazole doped with titania nanoparticles to avoid the use of toxic and volatile electrolytes in the Bright cell, which was published in nanotechnology. And then we move to the use of silicon nanowires as dopant to achieve the infrared region of the solar spectra, and for the doping of polyethylene, which is more efficient in terms of mobility of roads. The second approach in the same context is the development of OLEDs, organic lighting emitting diodes, based lighting for energy saving. And we adopted this structure, hybrid nanocomposites, in which we have polyfluorine doped with zinc oxide nanoparticles. And here, as you know, these OLEDs are not only the future, they are the present now. But when we did this, it was the future, is to replace the incandescent and fluorescent light sources, which are energy consuming and also not very good, especially for these halogen lamps for eyes, and OLEDs used now for Samsung for the screen, for which called the AMOLED, attractive matrix OLED, and also in some screens of TVs, etc. And we can have also flexible OLEDs, which have been used in some cellular phones. Therefore, we have obtained very good results here, and an optimization of the concentration of zinc oxide nanoparticles of 28% in polyfluorine. And really very important enhancement of the signal here, of luminescence. As we discussed, lighting is good to use, but smart lighting is better, especially for indoor and outdoor applications. Indoor applications such as factories, houses, offices, etc., and outdoors, public gardens, streets, etc. We have some work on public lighting, use of smart lighting, but here I will present the use of smart lighting in indoor application. It was in the context here of Salahuddin Bouzid engineering project, and the system is constituted by LED-based lighting station here for the light, but the system is intelligent with the system configuration and coordinator. The decision of the coordinator depends on the environment diagnosis module, the presence of persons, and especially the light level, which called the photo detector to measure the light present in the room, for example. And that's why we go through the development of UV light sensors using hybrid heterojunctions to detect these light, using especially here P.PSS polymer on zinc oxide nanorods, and we have obtained the better results with these P.PSS. Finally, another aspect, very important aspect, as I mentioned, for our countries, for Africa in general, is the storage of the energy which is available during the day, such as photovoltaic energy, to store it for any other use. Especially when we use biomass, it will be interesting because it's simply a kind of circular economy, and this biomass is naturally abundant. It's a green alternative carbon source with many desired properties. Especially, we have focused our attention on the use, not here, on the use of carbon derived materials. But before this, we have developed supercapacitors on paper, and such kind of approach here, see, we can put it, it's workable also, it's low cost, and the process is using a screen printed setup to use carbon black and Prussian blue, which are also sustainable and low cost with graphite ink. It was in the context of a collaboration between Romter Vergata University with our laboratory and the PhD of Ashraf Shbir. And here the process, as I mentioned, and which is very important task, is it can be transferred to scale production or mass production and marketing. We come back to the graphene, to this biomass-based approach for the supercapacitors development, and we have synthesized the graphene from biomass using different types of biomass, date seeds, bougainvillea flowers, and also waste coffee. And this is in the same strategy of the last conference. It's a kind also of a circular economy. And these kinds of biomass valorization can help to develop the electrode materials in the supercapacitor after sure activation and some green chemistry. The real sample have been deposited on textile. That is also, it's very important to have portable systems or portable energy source for different kinds of application, and also it's flexible. The idea is to use the photovoltaic energy for storing it in this kind of supercapacitors. And here you can see the bougainvillea flower, the date stone, and the coffee waste, and here the photos of the different activated carbon, obtained activated carbon. It's kind of a graphene like sheet activated carbon. And we checked sure the formation of graphene by the D and G bands, specific D and G bands, and compared with the literature, and all is okay here. And then I show the picture of the textile emerged in carbon black graphene in the petri dish. Here, that is the device for energy storage. In conclusion, we have succeeded in the green synthesis of 5 types of nanomaterials: silver, gold, zinc oxide, nanoparticles, and also graphene oxide decorated with silver nanoparticles and graphene by simple, low-cost, and sustainable strategies. These nanoparticles, especially silver, gold, and zinc oxide ones, showed potential applications in sustainable agriculture, sustainable nanosensors with good performances towards different nanoplastics with good specificity and adequacy for different real water samples analysis. Also, another application was discussed is the water remediation using natural solar light and using zinc oxide nanorods. An application in healthcare was developed here using green graphene oxide decorated silver nanoparticles, showing potential application in sustainable serotonin nanosensors with very good performances with a linear range of 6 decades and adequacy for urine samples analysis for disease diagnosis. Finally, the biomass-derived graphene have been used for the development of flexible, wearable, and sustainable supercapacitors for energy storage. I would like to thank all different collaborations in Tunisia and particularly all over the world, and to thank all the PhD students, and now they are doctors, and my colleague and different colleagues from MENA region and from Europe. Some pictures of Tunisia, here the south of Tunisia. I hope to welcome you here, and also the Mediterranean Sea, and some very interesting heritage here, and which have been also classified by UNESCO.
Yeah, thank you so much, Professor Sarif.
I would like to thank you
for the good
my email
presentation
for any colleague or students or any contact, and just
and
to
sharing the such knowledge to
just to
us,
observe here,
especially the research activities on applications of nanotechnologies.
Yes.
In the area of biosensor. That is, the research activities prove that
just to observe here,
technology really enhance the performance of biosensor. Once again, thank you so much, and we really appreciate for the noise. Can we appreciate him again?
Thank you very much.
Professor Sarif,
yes,
are you still on floor?
Yes.
Okay, we can hear you. Okay. So before we move to the next, technical question, let's entertain 2 or 3 questions based on the lecture delivered by Professor Serif. Question from the physical and online may be signified by raising up your hands, both physical and online. Online question, please check. Then physical, any questions?
Now we have.
Any questions?
Yes, you are working. No problem.
Yes, we are hearing you. We are hearing you. Question online. Thank you, Prof. I just want to ask a question.
Yes.
We really appreciate your lecture. So fantastic.
Thank you very much.
Yes, I can see that you have developed a lot of products, but I want to know if any of your products are in the market in Tunisia or any other part of the world. So,
Yes.
because, you know, when you develop a product and it's not in the market, it becomes something like a lab work. Do you have any products that you can lay claim in the Tunisian market or any market across the world? Thank you, sir.
Yes, thank you very much for this pertinent question, because it's very important to go to the market. As you mentioned, academic research is not sufficient. But as you have observed, our laboratory is young, but we have an experience, a long experience of about 20 years in this domain. But now we are trying to establish relations with industries, companies, because, for example, the fact that hospital give you real samples, patient real samples, it's a part of confidence, and that is the most important thing. When people trust on each other, I think it's the same thing probably in Nigeria. We need that companies, and it's not the same thing Europe, for example. We need that industrial partners trust on us. That's why I think we are in the good way, because now we have some partners who are ready to collaborate, industrial partners who are ready to collaborate and to use our devices for medical applications, for agriculture also. For example, in one of the PhD of this is defense, which will be done before the end of this year. We have a company working on fertilizers who will be with us. I think it's a step. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Then the next question. Sure. Online. Once again, thank you, Professor Sherif.
Thank you very much.
We have 2 very short questions.
Yes.
The first one is there any opportunity for student exchange with your lab? Can we have, give us the opportunity to send some of our students to carry out their research work in your lab? That's number 1. The second one is that there's a question online, and the question is that, can you shed more light on the detection of phenol in water?
Yeah.
Detection of phenol in water. Those are the 2 questions. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you very much. For the detection of phenol, I can give We have two works. The first one was on the detection of phenol in olive oil as a positive aspect, because as you know, we have Tunisia is very famous for its olive oil, and we are also in competition with different other countries. And it's important to valorize our olive oil by the presence of phenol here as an antioxidant. The work has been published in Material Science and Engineering, I think, this year. The second work was on the detection of phenol in water as a contaminant in a certain range of concentrations. And I will, we have used it because it's recently accepted, this work, in scientific reports. Okay, is it this one? Sorry. All right, this one. Yes, what is the question is about the procedure. The procedure uses simply biosynthesized silver nanoparticles. These nanoparticles have been biosynthesized using Melia extract, which is a medicinal plant and very available here in Tunisia. And we functionalize with it the glassy carbon electrode, as observed here. And we optimize the concentration of about 8 microliter. And then by electrochemical study, we establish here the evolution of the cyclic voltammetry signal with the concentration, and then the calibration curve. And the obtained results, probably we have it presented here, the comparison with the literature, but they are very good results compared to the literature for detection of phenol, and also they cover the range requested by World Health Organization for cancer risks or any other disease risks using or of the presence of phenol in water. And then we studied the effect of different interference species not presented here, and also the use of this phenol sensor based on green silver nanoparticles to detect phenol in mineral water and tap water. And here you can observe a recovery of about 100%, which is very important to conclude that it's suited for application in natural samples. The publication will be, it's accepted already in scientific reports. You can download it, or if any colleague or student is interested, we can send it.
All right, Prof. Thank you once again. We appreciate you.
It was my pleasure.
On behalf of Nanotechnology Research Group, Lautech, we appreciate you. We appreciate your time, and we appreciate your technical inputs. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I hope to see you probably in Tunisia or Nigeria. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. We'll come back to you later on. The head of the research group will continue to interact with you.
Thank you very much.
So I also want to use this opportunity to appreciate all our participants, especially the online participants who have been with us since yesterday. In particular, I want to appreciate my co-supervisor during my PhD degree, Professor Nawal Tabit. Professor Abdulkarim Saka is so much appreciated, and Professor Hassan Sulaiman from Malaysia, they're all appreciated. We hope to see you tomorrow and enjoy your fantastic lecture. Thank you so much. So we'll continue with the program, and I want to invite the representative of LUCON just for 5 minutes to tell us what they found. LUCON, please.
Afternoon, everybody. We thank God for today. My name is Prince Adeshina Adewumi from Lupcon. Before we make a little presentation about the Nano brands of our product, introduction of Lupcon, please permit me to sit on existing protocol and a greeting from the board, management and staff of Lupcon, where this program is a laudable program, where I believe if we are in this kind of environment every day, we continue to learn and learn and learn. Some people, they don't believe there's something like Nano, because Nano has come to stay. There's a lot of development in a Nano product in a different sectors. In tribologies, which is lubricants, in which we are working in, we have come up with some products as well in to change the phase of conventional lubricants. Formerly, we have a conventional lubricant that is lubricating oil, lubricating engines. But now that we have a step up of nanotechnology, what we have now is lubricant that is repairing engine as you are moving. You know, it will be difficult for people to believe that you have a lubricant that you can use as you are moving and is repairing your engine. For example, before the introduction, for example, years back, we can see that there's an influx of Tokumbo cars into the country. But when you get this Tokumbo car and you open their engine, you discover the engine is intact and very clean. But if you look at the mileage, you'll be surprised. Some of them is 10 years, 15 years old engine. So we now went to Russia that wants to know what kind of lubricant do you use in these engines. Engines of 10, 15 years have never been touched for overhauling, and the engine is clean, and the internal is intact. They now told us that, well, the lubricant they are using is different from the lubricant we are using in this other part of the world. That is why we venture into the technology of Nano brands. Today is a good success story for Lupcon. You may permit me to go further a little bit, because we have been learning since morning. I want us to relax our minds, because we now come back home into marketing issue. It's no more a research issue again. But right now, if you may permit me, I may go further by telling you that before the nanotechnology lubricant comes in, when you buy a new car in Nigeria, so to say in Africa, after 2-3 years, you will discover the engine is getting wear, fast wearing. And then before the advent of local blender, local oil producer, there is a lot of oil that comes from abroad as well. The Mobil, the Total, they have companies around the world which they brings their product down to Nigeria. But with that, we are still having problem with the engines of our vehicle. They are fast deteriorating and worsening. Not until when we now discover the Nano brands lubricants. I may permit you that after the introduction of Lupcon profile, we are going to give a short presentation on Nano brands and how you can, and the application and how you can be benefit by using it. On this note, you are welcome to Lupcon Limited.
It's just 2 minutes.
Everybody, this is the impact of nano in every lubricant. There are different kinds of lubricants. The normal conventional lubricants and the nanotechnology lubricants. You can see the cylinder wall being eaten up under normal. Let's see this before the nano treatment. Let's see the engine being used that treated. You can see the impact of nano. It's filling up the base. You can see the impact of the particles. Engine. Instead of dismantling engine, nano lubricant restore. You can remetallize your engine. So, happy with this slide. Just quickly run our products. If I must tell you that Lupton is celebrating 30 years local manufacturing of lubricants, so we've come a long way, and we are the first in the country. We are the first in the country to introduce nanotechnology in lubricants, and we are high certified. So our products not only limited to Nigeria, and it's been exported outside the country. So we have the impact, the advantages of nano against the normal conventional lubricant. It depends where. You can see from the video. It will restore your engine parts. You metallize the engine. It improves the performance and reduce the noise, reduce smoke, improve the power, and improve fuel economy and better oil drain. Let's move on. That's percentage of how you can reduce your fuel consumption from 10 to 15%, from 10 to 15%, and better mileage. And it's also eco-friendly. Let's move on, sir. Let's go. So you can see here, a normal lubricant would do surface lubrication. Oil do a surface lubrication. But the next slide will show you how a lubricant, a non-additive lubricant would do a molecular lubrication to go beyond the surface. You can see how the nano-diamond filling the potholes, just like the way you are filling potholes on the road. It will fill in and go beyond the surface into the molecular lubrication. Let's move on. You can see how it's filling it up. Let's go. This is the molecular lubrication. And this is a product. This product, let me give you a view, a quick one about lubricants. We have various types of lubricants. We have synthetic lubricants and we have mineral-based. This is a mineral-based with nanotechnology. And the API, which is SLCF, it depends on your engine OEM required. If your engine is within this specification, you are free to use this. It's 20W50, a mineral-based lubricant with nanotechnology. This is the super resource. It can do very well. It can save, even for a new car, it remetallizes it. It prevents the wear. And if there is a wear already, it will restore the engine. Let's go to the next one. We have nanoadrenaline, which is a synthetic-based product, 5W30 API SNCF. This is a mineral base. Generally, normal synthetic base stay longer. You have a longer drain in a normal synthetic base. But for this, with nano, a lot of synthetic based products are in the market, which are called synthetic, 100% synthetic. But this is a synthetic base with nano additive. So this will go beyond synthetic. It's now immortalizing your engine. And if there's a new car, it will prevent wear. It's a low friction technology. And this, we have for diesel, what would they call Defender? In case you are using other products, I'm used to using Mobile, I'm used to using this particular product, doesn't make, you can add the additive. They are packed in different sizes, depending on your engine, cylinder, your car. So this is for diesel package. We have for gasoline. In case you are using another product, you can introduce the Defender inside the product at the point of service, and you will run. It will save your engine, it will remetallize your engine. So it can be used with any base or any product outside, both mineral and synthetic base. This is for the petrol. You have 3 tubes inside. If you are using Keke Marua, if you have it's a 5-cylinder car or a 4-cylinder, this can, the prescription is inside as it can be used. And you can see the direction for usage. Let's move on, sir. The next slide. This is the Defender D14, the functions and application. Then this is direct as use. Let's move, let's go. The conclusion, Nano is the solution for here and for now. It's a solution for here and for now. We can see the impact in the first lecture, how they are using nano additive, nano to improve, to recycle. But this is going to help us to avoid the waste. Instead of dismantling your engine, this nano can be introduced, and while working, it can remetallize your engine. Then Nano engine Defender L14 for diesel, for D14 for gasoline and for diesel. This is all we have, and we're very happy to be here today. My GM, I don't know if you have other things to say.
Thank you. That's our quality controller of LoopCon. Is in charge of the
This is LoopCon, the quality company since
well, we call them the cook, because they cook is together before it become a product. Thank you very much. Right now, we are want to introduce to you the LoopCon campus, where we produce lubricants of high standard. Please permit me
located in a serene area,
to
vegetated
see
and
LoopCon.
conducive for
Thank you.
manufacturing on LoopCon Avenue at the Wale Industrial Area, Ilorin, Kwara State, Nigeria. A factory with ultra-modern equipment for the manufacture of lubes, cases, and cans.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our participants, those that are physically present and those that are online, I think it is important for me to make a remark about LoopCon Nigerian Limited, particularly about the benevolence of the MD of the company, Mr. Tai Williams. I granted an interview some time ago when I was in Abuja to National Nigerian Custom Broadcasting Network. And the interview is hosted on YouTube. Somehow, the MD saw the interview, watched it, and traced me and gave me a call on a Sunday, and saying that he was impressed that we are carrying out this kind of research activities on nanotechnology. And he told me how he had been to Petersburg in Russia about 4 times to look, just like what you said, to look at how they are blending their oil with nano materials. And that at the moment, the company has to be sourcing for materials from outside the country. So the ball is now in our court as researchers, as scholars, particularly our postgraduate students. I've been discussing with Dr. Savadia. How many of them are here? As a postgraduate student, this is how you can cut a niche for yourself. Look at what Professor Dridi presented. I was asking Professor Sanusi, if this is actually physics that our children are running away from? How will somebody graduate with that, developing sensors and be looking for a job? Because you have brought a lot of innovation. So we have a company now here that is in need of nanomaterials to improve performances of different types of lubricants. It is the responsibility of us as scholars, researchers, and postgraduate students. We are sitting on gold mine, but we don't actually know the values. So it's a wake-up call, and I want to commend the MD of Lupcon. He has been in touch with me. They also placed the advertisement in our journal for this conference, which we'll appreciate. We hope that this will be the beginning of an enduring relationship with your company. We have promised the MD that I know distance and future, we are going to pay a visit. It's just at Ilorin there. He will have been here personally today, but he's engaged in another round of meeting of oil and gas and in Abuja. And he has sent the general manager marketing of the company and the quality assurance manager to represent the company. And you can see their truck outside there. So they brought, they are here in their full force. So on behalf of this research group and on behalf of this university, I'm appreciating the gesture of Lupcon International, and we pledge that we are going to work with you towards taking products of our research activities from the laboratory to reach the common man on the street through manufacturing, which is your own area of expertise. Once again, thank you.
Thank you, the chairman. Let me also remark that in addition to taking the product of our research to Lupcon, we also need to patronize them. I think they are producing one of the best oil, so we need to do marketing for them. Hopefully, by the time I'm changing the oil for my car, perhaps I will go for this one and then test it. Thank you, sir. Thank you for coming, and thank you, Ma, for the presentation. All right, so I want to invite, just for 5 minutes, not more than that, I want to invite Dr. Alayande from First Technical University to just give a short presentation, 5 minutes, on the issue of patenting. Do we have him here? Dr. Alayande. And Mr. Adedayo should be getting ready also for a 5-minute presentation. Okay, maybe Mr. Adedayo can come in first. Mr. Adedayo, please, from Federal Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation. So it's going to brief us as per some updates on the nanotechnology roadmap that is being championed by the ministry. Mr. Adedayo Seni, you're welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Once again, please permit me to stand on the existing protocol. I am Oseni Adedayo from the Federal Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation in Abuja. Sincerely, I'm so excited once again to be part of this event, the 5th edition of the conference. on nanotechnology organized by this group. We from the Federal Ministry of Science and Technology, we're always delighted to collaborate and participate at every event of the Nano Group. We acknowledge your good works and we are proud to associate with you every time. I'll quickly run through the slides. Yes. It's on the activities of the ministry as it regards to development of a policy for nanotechnology in Nigeria. You might want to ask, why is there the need for policy documents? Or why is the policy important? There has been remarkable development and application of nano, manufactured nanomaterials, and nano-enabled products throughout the world, which have many potential benefits, as well as potentially creating health, environmental risk, and social concerns. It is in response to this, the recognition that nano and nanomaterials constituted an emerging issue, there is need for Nigeria to have a policy guide for its operationalization. On 20th February 2018, the HMSTI deemed it fit and inaugurated a national steering committee made up of the major stakeholders with the sole aim of producing a national policy on nanotechnology for the country. And the committee had representatives from the Ministry of Environment. Next slide. Ministry of Agri, Education, Industry, Health. We have NASENI, Nigerian University Commission, and we have two experts, Professor Abubakar Sambo, is the former Director General of the Energy Commission of Nigeria, and also Professor Martins Emeje from the National Institute for Pharmaceutical Research and Development. And the terms of reference given to this committee was to produce a national policy to guide the operationalization of nanotechnology, also to collaborate with ministries, departments, and agencies to encourage research and development in nanotechnology in tertiary institutions and research institutes, which seeks to also play a leading role in putting Nigeria on the world map and to engage in aggressive public awareness in all states of the Federation. So what is this policy vision statement? It's simple: to make Nigeria one of the acknowledged leaders of the world in the area of nanoscience and nanotechnology. And the mission statement: to facilitate development and deployment of nanoscience and nanotechnology initiatives so as to hasten the pace of socio-economic development of the country. Nanotechnology has been seen as a vital instrument for this. And the objective, the general objective of this policy is to build a strong, resilient, and globally competitive economy through active engagement in nanoscience and nanotechnology. So after the inauguration of the steering committee, the steering committee held several meetings. They produced a zero draft, and this zero draft was subjected to validation exercise. This exercise was necessary so as to ensure the buy-in into the document and a final cleanup of this document. Next slide. So those are some images from the validation exercise that was taken. Also, that's the second validation exercise. There we had the former DG Energy Commission of Nigeria was present, and also the former DG NASETEM, that's Professor Shinyonbola. We were part of the experts that were in attendance during the validation exercise. Go back, please. Okay, sometime last year, August 11 precisely, the policy document was presented to the Honorable Minister at his conference room. And next slide, you can see the images from the presentation. That was the former acting director of the department and the chairman of the National Steering Committee during the presentation, Professor Sambo, Emeje, and other members of the steering committee. Next slide. Okay, next slide. Presentation to the permanent secretary, then to the minister. Next slide. So this is the presentation to the Honorable Minister. Next. Next slide. Let me just run through. Okay, also the ministry have participated severally at different nano conferences of Lautech. This was our participation during the third edition, 2019 precisely. Go down. Okay, so we are aware of the challenges facing Nigeria in the area of nanotechnology. Different speakers have spoken, and we acknowledge that nanotechnology plays a leading role. And what are the challenges that face Nigeria as regards this? We understand lack of proper legislation, regulatory framework. There's a need for increased funding in the area of research and development. We are aware that inadequate infrastructure and human capital. There's very limited synergy among government, industry, and academia. Also, the capacity gaps in identifying products manufactured with nanotechnology or those imported and containing nanomaterials vis-a-vis the challenges posed for risk management and regulatory purposes. Also, the weak private sector participation in research and development. So, what is the need for this policy in Nigeria? Since technology and its process are central to economic and social well-being, it is therefore pertinent for us as Nigeria to move away from a resource-based economy to knowledge-based. Nanotechnology is one of the critical drivers to strengthen the nation's economy. This implies that Nigeria as an emerging economy can explore the opportunity to key into this technology and deploy its numerous benefits for improving the life of every citizen of this country. And the future of nano in Nigeria is advancing with potentials to radically affect key aspects of human existence, meaning it has capabilities for low cost, high effective, and high capacity tools, industrial processes, and products. Therefore, this technology is one of the keys to the actualization of Nigeria's industrialization. Development in nanotechnology will underscore the commitment to further push the research and innovation frontier in agriculture, solid minerals, which have been identified by the federal government. Funding issues. As regards the funding in the policy, government to ensure adequate annual budgetary allocation to fund R&D activities in nanoscience and nanotechnology. Relevant ministry, department, and agencies are to make available operational funding for critical investment in nanotechnology infrastructure. Government seeks to provide grants to individuals and institutions to actively engage in research and development in Nigeria, and also establish centers of excellence in nanotechnology with well-equipped laboratories and adequate funding in universities and our research institutes. In conclusion, the policy document right now, the FEC process is ongoing, and soon as we await the approval from the Federal Executive Council, the approval of this policy and its subsequent implementation will greatly improve every sectors of the country. It will create jobs and as well bring out inclusive growth in our national drive to economic success. In fact, nanotechnology is the cornerstone of the new and emerging technologies that is driving the world economy today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hussein, for the brief presentation. Sir, we are looking forward to the final approval of the policy, and not only the approval, the implementation of the policy. And don't forget, when you get back to Abuja, Lautech is waiting for the Center of Excellency that will drive the nanotechnology in the country. So please remind the minister. Thank you, sir, for the presentation. All right, so I want to call on Dr. Olayende. Are you ready, sir? Okay, all right. So Dr. Olayende is from the First Technical University, and he has 5 minutes to give us a short presentation on the issue of patent filing and other information. Dr. Olayende, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for this honor and privilege. I recognize the organizers. I recognize my mentor, my Oga, my boss, and my academic father. We've been together for the past 21 years, and he has mentored me from boy to a man. Well, for me to be here is actually historical because 26 years ago, I left this university because I could not pay fee. And for me to have come back and stand on this podium is a testimony to me. Well, what I want to talk about briefly is sustainable nanotechnology. And I have just 5 minutes, so I want it to be fast. Now, if you look at the cycle of sustainability, before now, it used to be 3 different cycles: the economic, society, and the environment. At the commencement of the millennium, it turns to a Venn diagram, in which you have the economy, the society, and the environment. But the intercept of the Venn diagram, that's what leads to innovation. And of course, if some call it the triple helix. So if there is no interaction, then there can be innovation. But that has changed. The new cycle is an integrated cycle in which all are embedded in each other. So which means from the nucleus of the third cycle, that's where you have your innovation. And the hub for innovation is the power of the academia. Is the power that you and I have as scholars. But of course, some innovation can be free. If I see your work on the internet and I download it and I commercialize it, you have nothing to hold on me. I make money, you are promoted, you retire, you go and sleep, and you be asking government for your gratitude. And why I have downloaded your knowledge and I'm paying salary, I can even employ your children and pay salary. And you will not know that you have promoted me. And I keep monitoring your publication, downloading it, getting concept. That narrative must change. So for those of us who do plant mediated, I targeted because I have seen that a lot of people do plant mediation techniques for it. It might be difficult for you to secure an intellectual property. Why? Because what is responsible in the plant, you don't know. And for you to do that, then you must change your research to a sustainable approach. Please go forward and see some of the things we. So if you are looking at plant mediated, just like my Professor Dari said, you have to exercise caution. You are threatening the ecosystem. You are also threatening goal number 2 and goal number 3. So, but you can do that in a sustainable way. So which means, look at this man, he's synthesizing nanoparticles from tomato. So what's it going to cause? Hunger, deforestation, and please go forward. So what's the sustainable part? Go forward, go forward. No, just go forward. Go forward. No, before this. Before this. So what's the sustainable part? The sustainable part is to identify what is the active ingredient in the plant. That is what the industry needs. Then the industry is able to say, okay, is the alkaloid that's responsible? Then the man can mass produce. And immediately you are able to apply it for something novel. Don't rush to Stranger. Don't rush to Sevia. Don't rush to Taylor and Francis. If you are able to establish that, oh, it can work powerfully as a sensor, then you need a high P. And what's the procedure for a high P? If you need a high P, the procedure is just simple. You cannot approach the IP as an individual. You can't. You can approach the IP either with a patent attorney. Not all lawyers are patent attorney. And the IP office in Nigeria have accredited patent registered attorneys. And it's a good thing that we in First Technical University, from the commencement, we set up our IP office, registered it with the National Patent Office. You can come to us. We'll help you file. And if you have to do that, you just pay a token consultation fee. And the good thing there is that your innovation, if anybody picks it, it pays you your loyalty for 20 years. It becomes a public information after the period of 20 years. And this is not story. As I stand, I have 4 patents. I have a US patent, I have an EU patent, I have a South African patent, Australian patent, and 3 Nigerian patents, all from lab, but not only publications. So please go for. So for us to actually be able to drive what is patentable, number 1, collaboration, collaboration, collaboration. Number 2, multidisciplinary approach. It might be difficult for you to stay in your silo and be expecting something great to happen. The world has gone beyond the fundamental science we are taught. There is no boundary again between science and engineering. And the boundary is even moving to social science. Then the third one is intellectual property. And there are 3 intellectual property I will advise here. 1, we have the patent. 2, we have the trademark. 3, we have the copyright. On a single project, you can secure these 3 patents, these 3 IP. What is the patent? The patent is the innovation itself, the procedure, the process. Right now, the IP office is very conscious about processes. They are more interested in devices. So if your work does not have devices, you may have some little inch, and they may even invite you for a defense. But that's why the collaboration comes in. You can actually embed devices into it, and you secure that. 2, the trademark. Maybe you have actually, from the process, you have coined a word. Like my first patent, I called it simultaneous crude absorption and adsorbent regeneration. And before now, nobody has used that phrase together. And it's a multiple phase. And what I just did is to turn it to one phase. And that you can secure as a trademark. So when that is mentioned, they mention it to you. They mention it to you. And the third one is the copyright. The thesis, we drop it in the library. A smart person can look at you, talk to you. How much are you going to give me this IP, this your work? Oh, 20 million, 10 million, and he disagrees with you. And after this disagreement, he looks at you and he laughs. And he finds out that it's your PhD thesis. All you just need to do is to visit the library of Lautech Akintola University and go to the shelf where theses are placed. And if he picks the shelf, copy all the concepts and turn it out to his product, and he makes money, and you have nothing. So you can secure a copyright. When you know that your thesis has turned to a patent, you can secure a copyright on it, and it will be laid to you. And these are legal documents that are tenable in any court of law. If you don't do this, you cannot place a fine on anybody. I give an example of my professor, Professor Dari. There are 8 novel lubricants in the world based on nanotechnology. The first guy, patent, commercialized. Second guy, patent, commercialized. When it got to the 8th one, I now found out that what the guy did was that he just looked at one of his publications and he changed the coordinating ligand and he just changed it. That's what he did, and he patented it. Today, that product is a product in Turkey. But my guy still joined ASU strike to ask for more. If he had moved via that path, he has the right to file. So I will advise all of us, not only one of the richest professor who is also a mentor, is one of the investors in Google. Is what is similar to the Dangotes of this world, and he has no factory. All he does is he looks for problem of IBM, Microsoft, and all, solve it, sell it to them. And the man today is $1.5 billion worth. Our knowledge, if we are brilliant, why are we too rich? We can turn knowledge to wealth. Thank you.
We can turn knowledge to wealth. Then the question is, are we doing that, or we are not because we don't know? Maybe that's what we need to think about. And hopefully by next year when you come, we'll be able to tell you that what you came to do was absorbed and is now being implemented. Thank you, Dr. Olayinde, for the insightful presentation. All right, so this is going to be the end of the formal opening, but for all the participants, we are deeply sorry. Those who are physically present and those who are online. I've been receiving chats that somebody said this presentation is 2:30 and this is almost 3 o'clock. We have not completed the formal opening, so we are very sorry. We know anything physical, there's always so many room for delay. There could be a lot of things, but anything that is purely online, it's always perfect compared to physical conferences. So I want to appreciate all of us for coming. Just before we go, we need to take a group picture. The member of the research group and all the participants outside. Thereafter, we'll go for our lunch. And hopefully by 30 minutes lunch, and we are very hopeful that by 3:30, 3:40, we're going to start the technical presentation. So once again, apology for the delay, and thank you so much for coming. So this, I want to appreciate all the technical crews from the works departments, from the ICT, from the ODL. They have been so great and fantastic, making our presentations and conference a great one. Thank you so much, sir.